With the end of the landscape and visual topic, residential amenity first, and then various other issues relating to some of the designations and identified areas within the locality. Before we kick off, I had a question for Mr. Hardy. I don't know if you've had any thoughts about what the Community Council gave you last night and whether you're happy with it or not.
Yes, so we've had a look at it. We are content for it to be submitted. Unfortunately, we have, Mr. Cook has written on this version, so you will need a clean copy.
Apologies.
He would like you to have a copy of that and have read it before he gives comments, because otherwise they're going to be a little bit in isolation. So we'll do that. We'll respond orally, and then we will also respond in closing.
In terms of timing, I'm just trying to see if there's anyone from the Community Council here, but if I don't know if you can remove Mr. Cook's comments from it and let me have that, or no.
I think.
Apologies, I thought it was a copy for us.
Yeah, yeah.
There were others in reserve for you, so
I was regarding it as a copy for you. That's fine. Yes. If possible, I mean, either, whichever is easier, either if you can get me a paper copy, or if somebody could email it into the office to Laura, she could send it to me, whichever is easier. That'd be great. Thank you. So we'll park that until I get a copy and have a look at it. Yeah. Second point I had was on draft conditions. Ms. Whitelaw said, as far as the council's concerned, you might not actually be that far apart on conditions, which is good. So given time constraints that we have, because there's a lot to get through today, the policy session may also have quite a bit to get through. I think your suggestion as well was maybe we could confine any further discussion on the final matters of disagreement or points of detail to written submissions, to which I have no objection, but we'll see what you have to say.
I think targeted discussion, I'd rather have discussion about those things which genuinely are remaining in the room, if that was okay. I don't think we need to go through everything, but just those bits that I think are outstanding would be good to discuss. We can then have any final points in writing, but I think to have a discussion.
Ms. Whitelaw, do you have, I think you might say you're not sure if you've got actually the latest up-to-date version of the conditions.
Sorry, yes, that I'll forward that to you as well. Thanks, Laura.
Okay, we'll keep.
Could we get a copy as well, please?
We'll keep the the slot in the agenda, but hopefully it can be a quick discussion. I also raised the issue that at some point I want to talk about whether Rayshore Farms has any implications for conditions or not, and as Ms. Whitelaw said, that could happen or in the policy session or in the conditions session, wherever it kind of fits in best. But if having a conditions
I don't mind. I think we do need a discussion. I would have thought probably in the policy session.
Great, we'll come to that. Anything else anyone wants to say before we kick off? Okay, good. So
sorry, there was just one point. We have added another property to visit on this afternoon's thing. The details will be Mr. Cook, please, there. Okay,
I'm assuming it's not too far away from the other one. No, fine, excellent. As long as you know where you're going, Mr. Cook, great. And you got the fifth one that I mentioned last night, which is Brigton Farm, who they weren't on Dr. Ford's list, but they had previously indicated they wanted us to go to them. It's next door to pretty much Borgen. It's on that same minor road, very close. Well, you'll know where it is. Okay, great minds. Yeah, they previously contacted the office saying, "Can you come to us?" So fine. Yeah, it's literally next door, more or less. Excellent. Okay, residential. Yes, Ms. Bowen.
Sorry, yes, I was wondering if I could add an important viewpoint, which I did mention yesterday, but I think it would be really useful for you to visit Mill Hill, which it has a seated viewpoint, and it's accessed from the easternmost car park in the Cree Valley. There are two car parks, and it's this the easternmost one, and the footpath goes north. And it's about sort of 5 minutes walk.
Just so I'm clear, so Mill Hill.
Mill Hill.
Okay.
Do you want a grid ref?
You have a grid reference or a...
38605 694.
69.
Oh, sorry, that's for the car park. One second.
Well, that'll do.
The actual viewpoint. 38833 69360.
I would propose to do that on my own rather than drag everyone along. You know, I think this afternoon, especially looking at the weather, I'd sooner just do residential this afternoon if that's okay, and I'll just go and look at that myself. That's okay. Good. So, residential visual amenity assessment. We're on section D of the agenda, point 12, I think, onwards. So you'll need to have the Landscape Institute's Technical Guidance Note 2 of 2019 on RVAA, that's document 6.22, and the applicant's EIA report appendix 6.6, which is the RVAA, which is document 1.171. I did mention in the agenda about cumulative effects, but again, we'll park that until later on when we deal with that. I don't have much evidence from the Council on RVAA, and I want to talk about that in a minute. First, I just want to have some basic questions just to make sure that my understanding of the concept is the same as everyone else's, and if not, you can tell me why I'm wrong. First point I wanted people's views on is whether you accept that, generally speaking, no individual property occupier has a right to a view, and that significant effects on the outlook from a property needn't necessarily make a development proposal unacceptable. The issue instead is whether the effect would be so bad that it becomes a matter of public interest not to permit it. Do you think that's a reasonable summary?
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Anyone disagree? Just go.
That's my understanding, sir. The public interest test, as I would characterise it.
Good. Okay, and do we accept that in order for that public interest test to be engaged or the threshold to be reached, it's a pretty high bar? Do you accept?
Yeah.
Yes, how I approach it. Sorry,
It's very echoey, isn't it?
yeah, sorry. Try that. Hopefully that's better. So how I approach it is that we look at residential properties and those which are deemed to have a significant effect in residential visual amenity terms or visual effect terms. It is those that are taken forward to be considered as to whether to apply the public interest test, basically. So it's those that fall in the significant category.
Good. I'm glad my understanding is the same as everyone else's. Notwithstanding that, notwithstanding a failure of any of the properties that have identified a significant effect upon to get to that extra level, the threshold, you accept, I assume, that if there were a number of properties that had significant adverse visual effects, albeit not that bad to reach the threshold, that would still be a material consideration. Yes, yeah, good. So in the agenda I said there are two matters of methodology first that I was interested in. First was how you define the threshold, at which point it becomes a matter of public interest, and second was some criticism that has been made by a few people about whether 2 kilometre study area was adequate. So I'll deal with those 2 points quite briefly. But first, as I said, I wanted to ask the Council a couple of questions. The reason for objection 2, the Council refers to significant adverse amenity impact on 10 residential properties in the Cree Valley, but I've got no evidence on whether any of those 10 breaches the threshold, as I'm going to call it, from now on. I know, Ms Bowen, you said you kind of dodged that issue and said maybe planning colleagues would deal with that. I don't think they have dealt with that either in the policy, unless I've missed it. But in the policy statement, there's a consideration of the broader residential amenity question, which encompasses things like shadow flicker and noise as well as visual. But I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there was actually a conclusion reached as to whether any of those 10 breached the threshold. So can I safely conclude that you're content that none of them do breach the threshold? Looking in your policy statement, planners, was right at the end. I think it's the last paragraph, or several paragraphs. You deal with a number of matters which are planning matters because it's weighing up all of the residential components. And you say, environmental health colleagues tell us that, shadow flicker and noise aren't a problem. But I don't think you actually say, in respect of residential visual amenity, whether any of that breaches any sort of threshold. Is that right?
Yeah, the grounds for the refusal, the third refusal, were the on residential amenity grounds, which in planning terms tend to be, we address them in a different way than RVA methodology. I think that's the difference. I think there's a broad agreement and consensus between the two parties regarding the RVAA and how that tackles visual amenity. The planning perception is
back in the day with the lambda test and all of that, the point was to identify a kind of knockout threshold above which, in the public interest, it was not thought to be acceptable for people to live in properties by reason of it being overbearing, overwhelming, overbearing. So at that point, benefits aren't going to save your skin because the public interest has decided that that is not okay. What your question, I think, is identifying where do you get into that territory of the additional scrutiny, and what Mr. Cook is saying is where there is a significant visual, that's where you are taking those properties forward for your detailed analysis.
Thank you. Yeah.
What I'd refer to as candidate properties for consideration.
Okay, that's the candidate properties for consideration. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so as I understand it, there's the usual kind of 3 stages of visual effects assessment, which picks out those candidates so they get to the significant adverse effect, and those candidates then go forward to say, is this unacceptable? Yes, is this a game? Exactly right. Okay, good. I think we're all on the same page. So in that stage 4, I think the Landscape Institute call it assessment, I think I'm right in saying the word that's been used in the EIA report in the RVAA is overbearing, I think was is it overbearing or not? That in the tables for each of the RVAA properties, or I guess the candidate properties, those that have hit the significant adverse effect threshold,
in the analysis tables, it's the last line, box if you like, where there is effectively a judgment made as to whether the scheme would be overbearing or not. And that's the stage 4, that's your professional judgment, which is predicated on the analysis in the preceding sections. But happy to go through and just explain how that's structured in terms of the table, if that would be of assistance when you're ready. Okay, fine. So I'm going to pick. I'm just going to pick one as an example. So if I take 2, so you could follow this. I say number 2. It's the Brigton Farm, Butt Ben. If you have that, which I think is number 2 on the schedule. So just to explain the methodology that we've adopted, for the properties, the first stage, and this is mindful of 0219 technical guidance note, 4 stages that we have to go through. The first stage is really assessing, understanding what is the scope of the study. So with regard to the scope of the study, that was fixed at 2 kilometres from the nearest turbine. So that sends out a radius around the wind farm to identify all those potential properties, residential properties within that zone. So that's effectively setting out the scope. The stage 2...
No, stop you there, because that will tie into we can probably deal with the 2 kilometre question now, which was, I think the Landscape Institute guidance, I think, would support a 2K boundary and would suggest that you consider the extent of the study area with reference to the ZTV. I assume that, well, I think that is what you did, because I think you looked at properties out to 5K
yes.
to see whether they might...
I jumped a stage because obviously it's then predicated on looking at ZTV analysis as well. So, for example, one of the properties falls outside the ZTV, which I'll come to later. So it is the zone of 2 kilometres, and then that's overlaid with the ZTV analysis.
So given that these are pretty big turbines, had that flagged up some properties out with 2K that appear to have theoretical visibility, would you have included those within as an exception to the 2K rule, or would you have ruled them out just because they are that far away?
So with lower height turbines, that zone of 2 kilometres would be less. And so 2 kilometre zone is considered appropriate for the height of the turbines as they're proposed. Because what we're trying to understand is this public interest test threshold, and therefore the candidate properties have got to be in a significant category. So it's our professional judgment that properties that are going to be beyond 2 kilometres are not going to fall into a category of significant visual effect. So they're going to be in a much closer zone to that. So that's the reason why it's fixed at 2 kilometres, following good practice.
I was about to come to you, Mr. Morton. I know you were critical of the 2 kilometres. We'll deal with that first before we carry on with the process.
There is no prescribed study area in LVIA or RAVAA, so that's understood. In my opinion is it should have been extended slightly further. One of the reasons is, maybe there is a reason and the applicant can tell me the reason for it. There are 2 properties. There's one at Bridge End, just to the north, and the Community Council had a photomontage done from that property, and it's clearly the effects are significant from at least the curtilage of that property, yet that's not been included in the assessment. Now, I know that falls outside of the 2 kilometre study area, but it's not much outside of the 2 kilometre area. The other point I'd like to raise is the situation with the property at Knockville. As far as I understand, there are properties that have been assessed which are tenanted, and the landowner obviously is financially involved with the development, but at Knockville it's been excluded on the grounds of financial involvement.
Can we come, sorry, Mr. Morton, can we come back to that one? 'Cause I want to run down the list of properties that were assessed and were regarded as financially involved in this case. So can we, when we're talking about individual properties, can we park it until then? And we are going to look at that later on as well.
That's fine.
I don't want to cut you off in your flow, but just on the methodology, yes.
Can I just raise one point about this 2 kilometres based on turbine height? That does not take account of topography, and topography is actually quite important to some of these considerations.
Sorry, could I just have a few words on methodology? I found, to a certain extent, and I know we've discussed levels of threshold and what that actually would mean. What I found in the actual methodology was, and it's kind of against the principles, if you like, of the guidance, is that normally, and obviously I've been through the assessment, and it's assessment of magnitude is fine, and the table showing significance is fine. But what's not really discussed is the narrative behind why effects of a property are considered overbearing and why they're not considered overbearing. In the guidance it states even where the threshold isn't met, there should be an explanation why that threshold isn't met. Now, it appears to me what the applicant has done is not considered individual properties. At the end of their assessment, they state, oh, the reason why the threshold hasn't been met is because of 4 factors: distance from the turbines, angle of view, intervening screening, etc. But that doesn't explain why the effects of individual properties are not considered to be overbearing. There should be a discussion on that basis, and not just a general discussion at the end where everything is just other aspect of the which we touched on earlier, which is basically in the assessment and in the photography and the photo visualizations, there are numerous occasions where the appearance of turbines has been underplayed by the position that the photograph has been taken from. I know that certain residents have comments on this, but it's clear from the actual photo visualizations themselves that significant views of turbines have been blocked, where just a slight movement or slight repositioning would have given a much greater impression, if you like. And the other thing is, I would, in my opinion, the magnitude, although nearly all of the properties of, a lot of the properties anyway, are considered to be subject to major significant effects. The magnitude is always described as high. I think there are a number of instances, in my opinion, where the magnitude is actually very high by their criteria definition. And by extension of that, I would advocate overbearing on at least 6 properties, potentially 8. And my last statement in relation to that is, and why I would qualify that reaching that threshold is there are instances which I've viewed, and I can actually point as examples, where development has been refused permission on the grounds of residential visual amenity assessment, and where the effects are at least comparable with the effects of the 6 properties or 8 properties that I've mentioned. And although I accept that there are different circumstances and there are different elements in terms of the amount of screening or the locality, the actual effect themselves, when comparison between the Y-lines and the visualizations are comparable, and they've been refused on the ground of exceeding threshold. So I think there is an argument for thresholds have been exceeded in a number of cases, in my view.
I would like to, as we run down the list of properties, I will be saying, you know, if there's any you want us to talk about specifically, that will be a chance. I'd very much like to look at individual ones, and we can have a look at the information we've got and the conclusions that have been put forward. So just back to you, Mr. Cook. I interrupted you on your sort of running through the methodology. If you can, when dealing with that, if you can deal with the point, Dr. Ford's point about the relevance of topography and the Mr. Morton's point about inadequate narrative of the stage 4 judgment.
Yes, I was going to come on to those points, so hopefully in my explanation to you, those points will be picked up. The first thing is that obviously every site is different, and we consider that what was appropriate here was 2-kilometre distance, and that was taking into account local topography. So if it had been more extreme, pronounced topography in terms of elevation or depression, then that may have changed our judgment. But it was predicated on the general context of the elevational differences, as well as other factors, as well including distance. So what I was going to do is just use an example, and I was going to refer to Brigton. Just to talk through the methodology to pick up the other point about threshold and how we arrive at that. I've mentioned about the step 1, which is really just setting the scene and looking at the broad scope of the study. On the first page, what we've got is a photograph of the elevation of the property that we consider is to be most relevant, or the one that we're able to photograph in terms of public location, if that's possible. Sometimes it isn't. It is also sat alongside an inset photograph, which is a full A3 sheet, which shows the aerial context of the property, so you understand its geographic context, and also features that are around the property, as well as lines of sight to the property, so that you understand the lateral extent. And the yellow dash line is the line to the nearest turbine. So that's scene setting, and then below that you've got the wireline. So there's...
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just check the date of the aerial photography? Is this a Google Earth or something like that? And you know, you're confident this is an up-to-date?
Yes, this is up-to-date Google Earth photography. I'm assuming it's Google Earth, but I could verify that for you. There are different databases for aerial photography, so it may be Google, but it will be the most up-to-date that's available. The next point is that the table is setting out the general parameters there in terms of, and you can see that in all the boxes, and I'm not proposing to go through that, but it's the basic, what I've described as the basic parameters one needs to take into account. The step 2 is, as per 0219 technical guidance note, is to explain and describe the existing baseline visual conditions. And that's set out in the bottom of that first page with the heading Existing Residential Visual Amenity. That's what's currently being appreciated by the property. So perhaps on reflection it would have been useful, and maybe a note going forward is because the 0219 refers to stages, steps 1, 2, 3 and 4, it might be appropriate to put that terminology in these boxes. So over the page, we've got views from within the property, curtilage and along the access. And if I may, I'm just going to park that information and come back to that in a minute. So step 3 is then looking at the magnitude, because we consider that all of these properties are of high sensitivity. So that's noted in the methodology of the document. So it's not repeated here. What we want to understand as part of stage step 3 is the degree, the magnitude of change with regard to the property, its curtilage and access with regard to the proposal. And that's set out in those 3 boxes under magnitude. Then, in terms of applying the sensitivity, underneath that it's identifying the level of effect for each of those components, property, curtilage and access, for daylight hours. And then the same exercise is gone through again and repeats itself for the dark nighttime environment. The bottom line is overbearing, where that's the stage 4. But what I want to do is come to the top of the table, which is effectively the step 4, where, because 0219 says that when you're looking at the threshold as to whether a property falls within or without, you've got to provide a narrative as well as a definitive yes or no. So if you go to the top of that second page, it says views within the property, views from the curtilage, views along the access road. That's the step 4 analysis. So this is where we've taken the information, the baseline information, we've applied the magnitude of change, and this is the final section where there's a narrative explaining the degree to which the proposal would have a bearing upon the property in narrative terms, and refers to the turbines and their visibility, or not, as the case may be. So that's the narrative that relates to stage 4, and it would probably be appropriate to refer to that as step 4 on the table. So that's something I'll take away. But that narrative then feeds into the binary position in terms of whether it passes the threshold or not. So that's the methodology that's been adopted. But on this page, this is then supported with the ZTV analysis, the aerial photography with regard to the lateral arc of view, and also the dimensions to the turbines, and wire lines as well that you're aware of. And then indeed, where we've had access to the property with agreement, then we've undertaken photographs to prepare photomontages. So there is a suite of graphics, let's call it graphics, that support each of these properties to a greater or lesser degree, depending on what accessibility we've been able to secure. So hopefully that's a talk. I've just talked through the methodology. We haven't talked about this property per se, but that's the methodology, and hopefully that answers the questions the gentleman raised.
Mr. Morton, do you understand that that's where you find the justification for the one-line answer?
I don't accept it, to be quite honest. I think, first of all, the applicant's already admitted that he should rephrase that section anyway and put it down as a stage 4 description. But for me, that particular section is purely a description of almost existing. It doesn't really... all it says in this instance is that intervening woodland would obscure visibility of several turbines. That's the reason for the... but that, for me, is a description rather than a considered analysis of why it's overbearing. At the very least, if that was the case, as the applicant's already admitted, then that should be referred to as stage 4 and made clear. But...
Would you accept that the only thing that struck me that could be arguably missing from that narrative is a description of the use to which each room is put, you know, but given that you can't force your way into somebody's property to find out which one is the living room, which is recognised in the guidance, they can only do what they can do. They require the, you know, so setting that aside, I take your point, it could perhaps have been labelled better, but this is where we find, there is reference to where you can see the turbines from, which way the windows point, etc., where the drive is, where the garden is. That you may not agree with it, and you may not think it's quite as clear as it should be, but that's the narrative for stage 4. You accept that?
It is. But I agree also with your statement that perhaps use of rooms and you know, the residents and their activities would be useful in that discussion. But yes, I accept that.
So I can just deal with the internal configuration of the properties point, if you would like. So, residential visual amenity studies we've been undertaking for a long time, long before 2019 guidance came out. And as many consultants were, and it was because of that, the Institute felt that they needed to issue some guidance. And that's how it came about, because there was seen to be a need, as you'd expect. And how I'd characterise it is like this, that we used to take into account the what we refer to as the habitable rooms, which were generally the ground floor, and then bedrooms and bathrooms on the first floor. This is a general property, were considered to be slightly less sensitive. And we would effectively comment upon the internal arrangement of the property and the uses of those rooms. However, that was pre-COVID. And since COVID, we found that much more challenging because of the way that properties are used in a much more flexible way than they were previously, primarily in terms of home working. So I'm a classic example where I've got a study at home. To just take me as an example, we've got a dining room, but actually now I use the dining room as a study, simply because it's got a larger table for my documents. So if anybody were looking at my property, it would be appropriate to consider that as a workspace, not a dining room. But at the weekend, that's a dining room if we've got guests around. So I think we have to be a bit more flexible and just regard the property in the round in terms of its habitable use. And we're all aware that on the first floor, where you often find bedrooms, they're often used as workspaces as well. So we've stepped slightly back from trying to prejudge and determine how each of the rooms would be utilised.
Okay, I had one more question on methodology, which was, if you look at paragraph 4.19 in the Landscape Institute guidance,
It's in the Glivia or 0219?
0219, sorry.
Okay.
4.19 in 0219, if you've got the PDF, it's on page 12. This is about how you describe the threshold, and 4.19, it says that the threshold judgment should be communicated in a coherent manner using text with clear descriptions, employing terminology which is commonly understood and descriptors which may have previously been used. What I was interested in were some of the examples of descriptors that might be used, and what kind of caught my eye, in addition to things like overbearing, they mention things like unpleasantly encroaching and inescapably dominant. I wonder if you'd used those terms rather than overbearing or overwhelming, whether that would have affected your conclusions that we're going to discuss in a minute for any of the properties.
So in that section, which I took you to, the top of the second page on the assessments for the properties, that's the step 4, that's the narrative. When you read those regarding the property and the curtilage and the access, you will find that general sort of parlance language is used, but it's a balance about trying to provide a degree of objectivity rather than using emotional language. So it's trying to be objective and looking at this in an objective way. So it is a balance. But I appreciate the sentiment and the tenor of that paragraph, and that's what we've obviously sought to do. But we would try and use what I'd describe as more balanced language.
Okay, so your final stage 4 summary at the very bottom might have just said threshold reached yes or no. The fact that it said overbearing doesn't mean you only considered the overbearing question. It was, you could have used, or you did take account of things like unpleasantly encroaching or inescapably dominant. Yes. That's built into Absolutely. Your conclusion. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And as I say, it's probably, if you read the narratives for each of the properties in those 4 sections, property, curtilage, access, it's what I would describe as more objective language, basically trying to take the emotion out of it and be dispassionate, if you like, looking at impartially, because it's a public interest test. Rather than where you want to try and avoid is straying into the point that you raised right at the outset, which is many people believe they've got a view, they have a right to that view, it's passionate and of value to them. So it's a balance, because you don't want to stray into that sort of area of individual passion, if you like, for that particular context, visual context.
Mr. Morton.
Yes, I'd just like to add one extra thing, just in relation to the views and where the consideration, if you like, of not just the property itself, but the actual curtilage of the property. There are a number of properties that have been assessed where actually the curtilage is more important than the property, in that the residents are farming, they spend most of their time outside and not just inside, in which case the curtilage is in actual fact more important to some extent than the property itself.
Point those out when we get to them. Ms. Bowman.
Just on that point, I think it's worth considering the fact that these properties are all rural, and therefore their relationship with the landscape that they are located in is perhaps more important than properties that were in grouped together or in a hamlet, for example. And also, going back to the point of the emotive aspect versus objective, I'd consider the word overbearing is almost purely emotive. It's very, very strongly emotive anyway. And I think the description of the magnitude of change doesn't go far enough to point to whether they're far from that or close to that. Or
it's good.
Thank you, sir. So just coming back to the point that was made, the 0219 technical guidance note very much focuses on the property, and that should be the key consideration, the actual residential property, the living space. But it's absolutely right to take into account the curtilage, and it's also appropriate to take into account the approach to and from the property, the access arrangements. So it's with that in mind that the analysis is actually broken down at all stages with regard to those three component parts. So yes, the gentleman's absolutely right. There could be an occasion where use of a curtilage is of high amenity use and sitting alongside the property, but that's picked up by the fact that it's picked up separately rather than dealing with the property in the round, that it's disaggregated, so there is separate commentary for the residential property, its curtilage and access.
I think it's just worth saying too that this aspect is part of, and I hope this is seen as the appellant being fair. This is about livability. So the original residential amenity test wasn't simply about visual. It was about a combination of noise and of shadow flicker and of visual matters and general disturbance. So in each of those categories, being outdoors, so in the garden, if you take noise, for instance, if you look at ETSU or the guidance as it now stands, that's measured free field outside the property. So to a lesser or greater extent, being outside or being inside the property will be more or less important. So I think what we're saying in the in the visual part of this, the guidance concentrates on the property, but that is not to say that you then disregard the things that Mr. Cook has said, gardens and the access completely. So we're looking for an overall test in the public interest, combining noise, shadow flicker, views. Is this somewhere we are expecting people to live? That's the point.
And in respect of noise and shadow flicker, we have the answer from the council. It doesn't reach the threshold, so exactly. This is why this is critical, the visual side.
Yes.
And those other component parts in terms of shadow flicker, noise are addressed elsewhere in the
yes.
EIAR.
And that's a planning matter ultimately.
And this is purely dealing with the visual element component.
Okay, so we've got a long list of properties in the agenda. I'm happy to talk about any of them that people want me to look at. I wasn't proposing to run through them all necessarily, unless people think that is essential. I'm just in the agenda. I put a table which hopefully works in that there are a series of hyperlinks in the property column which will take you, I think, to. I'll just test it actually works before I tell you where it takes you. Make sure everything does work. Okay, my computer's gone a bit strange. Oh, come on. Right, that will just take you to the right, so the second column will take you to the visualization, so what you will see from the particular viewpoint.
Yes, and what I was going to say, sir, I noted you had a question for Ochiltree. For the last one, you had a question on the visualization column, so I can deal with that matter.
Right.
I can either deal with it now or later, I don't mind.
You can do it now. Yeah, we'll do that, right. Otherwise I will forget. Okay.
So with regard to Ochiltree, if you look at we don't need to turn it up, but if you zoom in on the ZTV analysis for that property, as far as the theoretical visibility is concerned, it shows that it sits in the shadow of local high ground. So as far as the ZTV is concerned, there wouldn't be visibility, and the Y line for that shows that. However, a ZTV is just that, it's theoretical. So what you will note is that in the table, where there is a summary of the visual effects in the document, is table 662. Don't necessarily need to turn it up, 662. But you will note that the property, Ochiltree Cottage, is in there, and there is an assessment against it. And it says that worst case level, this is daytime, daylight hours, worst case level of effect would be minor. I would correct that and put that as negligible. But the reason why we put that in there is it's a precautionary approach on the basis that we're just heading it off, even though the ZTV suggests there would be no visibility. But I would categorise that as negligible as it sits outside the ZTV. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
My table will hopefully give you the viewpoints that we can look at for each of the properties that we think we need to talk about. So I'm just going to look down my list to see if there's anything that in particular I wanted. Well, yeah, let's look at Borgen first, because we heard from the owner of that property last night. This is 1.8 kilometres away approximately from the nearest turbine, and
yes, turbine 10.
yeah, if you look at PDF page 13 in the applicant's RVAA, so that's the assessment of this particular property, which is I think it's the first one in the list actually. If you look at the photograph, you can see the front of the property looking towards the site, and if you also look at the aerial photograph, you can see the tree cover. And if you remember last night, the chap was saying how reliant he says he is on views to the front, because he's kind of hemmed in by trees and buildings and things, and that appears to be consistent with what you see in the photographs, the aerial photograph and the photograph of the front facade of the building.
Yeah.
And then we look at what his view would be, which is in the visualizations before and after. His point obviously is my view and my two bay windows face straight at this. I'm looking across my nice manicured lawns. This is the part of my property where I have my outlook. This is so important to me because I can't look anywhere else because I'm surrounded by trees and other things. Does that not indicate or significantly increase the possibility anyway of the threshold being reached? The fact he's so reliant on this view, the one view that he relies upon for his visual amenity, is the one view that's going to be affected to a significant degree.
We've looked at the property in the round, and the property has windows in different directions, elevations of the property, and I would note that effectively there is a southwestern elevation which is facing towards the property. That's a staggered elevation, and you can see that in the photograph. But what I would note is that if you look at the photograph on the first page, left-hand photograph which shows the elevation of the property, you can see the windows on the left wing, or the northern wing, are at ground floor, and they're looking into vegetation associated with the garden there. In the foreground, before you get to the dry stone wall, yes, there would be a view from the bay window on the ground floor. It is likely that the second bay on the first floor would be a bedroom, and less used as a habitable room. But potentially, yes, potentially an office. But the other point I was going to note is that the curtilage, you can see from standing on the the roadside, that the driveway and the curtilage extends down to the roadside, and you can see that that's managed as a lawn, so it's a very deep curtilage. So there would be a view, as is illustrated, but like with all properties, the owner would be in a position to, like any owner of a property, either embrace views beyond the garden or contain and close out views of the wider landscape by effectively providing vegetation within the garden. It depends on person's individual preference and appetite for sense of openness views or enclosure. So taking all of those matters into account and the proximity of greenery, looking onto greenery from the other elevations, we consider that this particular property wouldn't breach the public interest test.
Norm.
I disagree. Obviously, I think that it's self-evident that from the photomontages that this is a potential candidate for reaching the threshold. The applicant has talked about earlier about considering the effects as a whole, both from the driveway, from the curtilage and from the house itself. So if you consider the impacts as a whole, and not just on the house, we've discussed about habitable rooms. The applicant has stated that he's looking at from the point of view of the house as a whole itself, not from particular rooms. My point is that as a whole, from the grounds, from the house itself, I think that the resident's opinion that his view is channeled effectively by enclosing vegetation on either side, so it becomes the focus of the view. I think that is a significant point in looking at this in terms of whether it's overbearing or not. But fundamentally, at the end of the day, I would say that it's self-evident from the photomontage that this is clearly a candidate for being considered to be overbearing.
I did make an assessment of this viewpoint from this property, and I think you describe these turbines as inescapably dominant in this view. And the reasons for that are that much of your view splay is affected, your horizontal view splay is affected. The turbines are located on higher ground, which increases their apparent height. The view is framed, as the resident pointed out, by trees and landform. And the fact that these are man-made elements and are often moving would contrast highly in a view that's characterised by vegetation and has a tranquil character.
Nothing else on Borgen? Nope. Can we move on to the next one I had a question on was Brigton, so the second one down. It was really I know the owners of that property were dissatisfied, I understand, with the choice of viewpoint location. I just wonder why that point was selected.
Just bear with me a moment. So I was just getting the plans.
Could I say something just as the gentleman's trying to find the visualizations? Yes, this is one of the points that I was going to make. There are a few further examples of this where there's considerable screening by foreground elements. Now, in this particular instance, and I know sir, you're going to visit this property, the grounds are absolutely extensive, and this particular location is not really representative of their grounds, and so I would say, one, you could easily move slightly past the gate in the foreground there, and the trees on the left of the view wouldn't be obscured. That's a small relocation. Alternatively, you could actually go elsewhere within the property's ground, which I mentioned are extensive and are used as for farming purposes, for sort of wildlife and ecology purposes. You can go from a more representative spot, which I'm sure the property, the resident of the property will direct you to. But I think this is a good instance where the screening of the foreground element really underplays the impact that the turbines will have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. That's helpful, actually. I wasn't sure whether it was concerned that views from their house would be worse than are depicted. But I think what you're saying is it's views from other parts of their landing holding that would be worse.
Yes, this property is run on a number of levels. Part of it is wildlife creation. I know the residents spend a lot of time outdoors at this property. Primarily, their time is spent outdoors. So I think on that basis, it would have been good to have a more representative viewpoint.
Do you think there's a difference between, on the one hand, what you might call traditional residential curtilage garden and a wider land holding in terms of the potential to harm our residential visual immunity? Do you think there's a distinction?
Yes, it's an interesting point, actually. I think what I would say is it's where people spend their time, effectively. So if they're spending their time beyond the garden area and in that sort of more farmland area, then that actually becomes more important than their garden area. But it's a difficult question to answer.
I'm quite content to leave other people to deal with this issue, so as you'll have gathered. But on this particular example, I know the property not intimately, but I've visited it several times at different times of the year. And I've complimented the owners, both in terms of taking on a major project and moving into the area some years ago, but also, in my view, this is one of the finest river valley oak landscapes I've ever seen. Oak woodland landscapes I've ever seen. The combination of drumlins, of pasture, of the confluence of the rivers, of the surrounding mature native oak woodlands makes it truly outstanding as a landscape. So I just wanted to add that comment, sir.
So apologies for the delay, I was just getting my plans out, so I had the suite of illustrations to be able to comment on. The first thing is, if you look at the analysis page, you'll see that there is the property on the left-hand side, top left, and you'll see that the elevation that is facing towards the property, if you geo-reference that alongside the aerial photograph to the right, you can work out the pitch of the roofs and where the chimneys are, and you'll see that the elevation that is shown there, which is effectively mainly a blind elevation, is facing towards the wind farm. Accepting that there is effectively a glass conservatory, I'll call it that, on the north side, which has a side elevation to it, but obviously it's got the other elevations as well towards its curtilage. It's got a large curtilage. I think that the viewpoint location is appropriate as a tripod location towards within the grounds because it's not close to the property. It's set towards the outer part of the curtilage where a view opens up more than a channel view from the property itself. And from the location, when you look at the wireframe superimposed on the photographs, you'll see the degree to which the array of turbines would actually be screened by the surrounding tree cover. And only several of the wind turbines would actually be seen in the view beyond the horizon, because the majority, you've got mature trees on either side of the wide view, which would screen the proposed turbines. And I accept that a number of these trees are deciduous, so without the foliage you would get more visibility. But the branch structure is substantial and heavy with these mature trees, and that would substantially filter views of the turbines even in a winter scenario. So you've got the analysis, which I can go through in terms of the sheet if that would be of assistance, but you've got that. What I thought might be useful just was commenting on how the wirelines sit in terms of the baseline photography, and you can see the advantage to that, and the reason why we put that in is you can see the degree of what I call cloaking of visual screen effect with the existing landscape context taken into account. But certainly the viewpoint location that has been criticised within the curtilage, yes, it could be microsighted a little bit, but it was chosen towards the outer part of the curtilage, and you can see its location is away from the property because it opens up the view at that point. So it's more of a worst case scenario and heavily screened even at that location. Does that answer any questions you have on this property?
It does, and I think it probably answers the question I put to Mr. Morton as well about a distinction, if there is one, between curtilage on the one hand and the wider land holding on the other. You're saying you're at the age of what you regard as their curtilage, you know, maybe where they might do recreational type stuff, as opposed to where they do their farming and other stuff, which you draw a distinction between those.
Yeah, what I would say is if it's a relatively, can I describe it as sort of infield and outfield? If the outfield is relatively modest and close to the infield, then I would regard that as part of the curtilage. And you can see where the curtilage falls on this property. So you can see the post and rail fence in the foreground of the photograph with the gate. Sometimes a property can have an extensive outfield, and I wouldn't regard that necessarily as curtilage. So, for example, I was involved with a solar farm a couple of weeks ago. The outfield was 3 hectares so it read as a field, but the gentleman regarded that as his curtilage. So, but I would put less weight on such an extensive curtilage, but that wouldn't be the case here. It's more modest.
Just one point. I think to a certain extent, we're obviously focusing on one view, and it's as though this is, you know, and the effects are judged on that view. But people don't stick to one view. They move throughout their grounds, and they move within that curtilage. And it's clear that just moving anywhere in that sort of garden ground, if you like, there are going to be views that are opened up that are not screened by those foreground trees. As I mentioned, even just moving slightly to the right or moving further towards the gate opens up views. So this isn't actually representative of a worst case scenario, in my opinion. It's not a worst case scenario from the grounds itself. And I think that's what they should be representing.
Could I just add one other point here, sir? I don't wish to create confusion, but my reading of the visualizations of the turbines doesn't translate to what I see in terms of the topography of the site. This property is looking up the bank of the site, basically. And the turbines which are shown in the visualizations, which appear to be in the distance, appear to be lower. I'm not entirely convinced about the projections themselves.
They've been geo-referenced and verified, so I'm confident that they're accurate. I was just going to come back to the point, criticism was made about a particular view, this view. The purpose is that the intention is to provide some illustrative material to give you a representative view and a potential worst case. And as I explained, this has not been taken at the elevation of the property, which would be appropriate according to the best practice. But you have to look at each case in its circumstances, its own particular circumstances. And here, with that blind elevation facing towards the wind farm, it's more appropriate to step as far as reasonably possible westward towards the wind farm within the curtilage, and that's what's been undertaken here. And at the end of the day, it is an indication and a representative indication. And it goes right back to, I think, one of your very early questions about illustrations. They're illustrative, they're there as a guide, and there's no substitute for viewing in the field, obviously. But all of this information in the round is there to provide evidence base as to how we got to our judgment.
Thank you, that's helpful. So we've got to Brigton. The next one where I had a question, looking down the list, is I think Borgin Cottage. Does anyone want to raise something on any of the others prior to that? If you look in my table. So we've Ms. Morton.
If we're just from this list going down to Borgin Cottage, and that is the next, my feeling is that there's extensive views at Low Cordican, Old Lag House, which actually faces the development, and Shepherd's Cottage, which is particularly open views, where there is also potential for consideration of overbearing on those properties. So I just thought to mention that before you get to Borgin itself.
Totally fine. Should we have a quick look at the visualisation for Low Cordican first, then, please? This is the one we've talked about before with the funny fencing and the position of the fence.
Yes, this is the one. I think the reason why I've brought that up, I think you can clearly see from the actual visualizations themselves, a massively extensive, dominating view of turbines that aren't, even though there's some screening of the lower towers, that not most of the quite a considerable extent of the towers are visible, but certainly all of the blades, nearly all of the blades except the ones to the right, which are obscured by trees, are all visible above the tree line. I think this is a case where the turbines are really very dominant in the view.
Would you accept what the applicant says about the orientation of the bungalow? I think it is. From the property itself, it's not looking towards the site, it's kind of side on, I think. It's the curtilage effect that we're experiencing in the visualizations.
Yeah, I accept that. Sorry? No, I think he's asking me. Yeah. Sorry, a bit of confusion there. I accept that, yes, there is, the views are oblique to a certain extent. But having said that, if you look at the actual grounds themselves, it's very, very open from the actual curtilage of this property. And again, considering the actual lateral extent of the views, 80 degrees, I think, 81 degrees, and the prominence of the turbines in the view, I think particularly the turbines to the left are good grounds for argument about overbearing. Again, just to reiterate, and we've said this point before, the photography to the right of the view is particularly poor, and I can't understand why a slight, I say, microsighting of the angle of that view couldn't have been undertaken to give a better impression.
Okay, and we had Mr. Cook's point about you can still see the wireline. If you use the wireline drawing, you still see there is one hiding behind the fence post. You know, they're not trying to hide the fact. It's just how it's kind of fallen.
Yes, anywhere in that location. The idea was to geo-reference the tripod close to the curtilage, in this instance because close to the property elevation, because the curtilage here is quite small relative in terms of distance to the property, its immediate curtilage, hence the post and wire fencing. So it was more appropriate to take the tripod view close to the elevation, hence its location. But anywhere around there would have incurred a view of one of the timber posts of the fencing. But it's transparent, you can see that in the wire lines which is superimposed over the photograph. So there's no attempt to hide it. What I would say is that this is, you can see from the aerial context photograph that this property is orientated oblique to the property with elevations facing away from the wind farm with its gable end facing towards it. But it has a very open aspect to around about 270-degree arc of view for the property, and it would only be in this direction which would be visually affected. As you arc around to the northwest, the northern part of the wind farm would be screened by the oak trees that you can see on the right-hand side of the second photograph, sheet G. And even in winter, with the filigree of the branch structure, you would still have a very heavily filtered view. But it is accepted that clearly a number of the turbines would be visible over the horizon.
Okay, can we move on? I think the next one you said, Mr. Morton, was Old Larg House.
Yes. I think in this instance, again, although there is screening, obviously, some screening from, if you just bear with me a second, I've just got to get the...
Right, could I just catch that? Is that Old Larg House we've turned to now? Thank you.
Right. Yes. Yes, I accept that there's quite a degree of screening in relation to this. However, again, if you look at the photography, there's a complete screening of foreground elements. There's a conifer right in the sort of obstructing views to the turbines. You can actually see that. And again, I suppose there is, I appreciate that there is quite a degree of screening in this instance, but again, moving around the curtilage of the property outside of the intermediate or the immediate environs which are screened by trees, as soon as you get beyond that, then there's a much more open aspect with the rotor blade, with the turbine blades being very sort of prominent features at quite close range. I think in this instance the separation distance is I think 1.17 meters, so it's still at quite close range. So there is less of a potential, I would say, in terms of this particularly being considered overbearing because of the screening.
Would you accept this is perhaps an example in contrast to Borgen, where the owner, the current occupier, has decided that views across the valley are maybe not their such an interest, given the level of tree screening they've allowed to grow up quite close to the property, which seems to obstruct views in that direction, maybe more than in other directions?
I think in this instance, I think the resident of this property totally appreciates the environs, very important to the resident, and I think the views still will be very intrusive of the turbine blades above the intermittent tree line. I think the issue is, as well, is that the property seems to be orientated towards the sort of, it's not so much of an oblique angle towards the actual development itself. It's obviously not directly on, but it's not quite as oblique as... So I think, yes, I think it would be intrusive, but perhaps potentially not overbearing from this in this instance.
Did you want to say anything on? You don't need to.
I think the illustrations speak for themselves, but the orientation of the property, this one does have an orientation for one of its principal elevations closer towards the direction of the wind farm. But in this instance, you can see from the baseline photography the degree to which the area is framed by tree cover. And if you look at the photo montages after the wirelines, you'll see that it's actually quite difficult to pick out the positions of the turbines given the significant degree of tree cover. And even in a winter scenario, they would be heavily filtered.
Okay, Shepherd's Cottage, I think Mr. Morton was the next one.
Yes. Just bear with me again. I think this is another example where the grounds are very open, and from what I can gather, which I just need to find it. There it is.
Can I just clarify we're on Shepherd's Cottage?
The windows on this cottage, there is directly facing windows outwards towards the development, and the views are certainly open in the foreground. So the turbines are actually appearing prominently. If you just bear with me a second. Yes, they're prominently above the tree line. I think again there is some screening in this instance, but the turbine blades are really very prominent in the view, and I think as such there is potentially overbearing in this instance, just because the number of blades and the proximity and the number visible on the skyline above the tree line. I think there is potential for overbearing, primarily because there's actually no intervening foreground screening in this instance. So there's actually no sort of opportunity to move and have the view obscured. You're completely facing the view and the views of the turbines above the tree line. And obviously with the turbine blades actually moving, I think this would be intrusive to a level where it potentially could be considered to be overbearing in this instance.
I just want to make a comment about turbines which are partially hidden. It's recognised that if just the blades are visible, seen flicking over the horizon, given the lack of context, it can be quite unnerving and can increase prominence, even though quite relatively small parts of the turbine's visible. I think this is an example of a view where the turbines are visible enough to be obtrusive, but there's an uncomfortable relationship with the landscape, not quite understanding where they are. Again, I think this would be a case of inescapably dominant elements, and I'd say it was the same for the Lower Concordon property as well.
May I come back on that last point?
Please.
So what I would say is, in a scenario where you've got all the turbines in that scenario below, where the nacelle is below the horizon and you can only see blades sweeping over the horizon, then that scenario potentially can arise. But what I would say is, in this scenario where you can see a number of the upper parts of the towers, nacelles, and the rotation around those nacelles, there's clear legibility with regard to those upper parts of those turbines. So the other turbines which are substantially screened, where you'd see some sweep of the upper elements of blades, they would be seen in that context, so there wouldn't be that misunderstanding. So there would be an understanding that you're looking at a wind farm, albeit some are set further back, but the visible nacelle and towers would provide context to that. The other point, could I just pick up a general response? So if you look at the property and the aerial photograph, and you look at the the visual analysis schedule, you'll see that there is a photograph of the elevation of the property. That's the northeastern facing elevation away, so it's that obviously elevation wouldn't be affected. It's the rear elevation which has got a gable annex to it. You can see the extent of the garden, which is, as I can understand it, really quite substantial. There's the near what I'd call the lawn near the property, and then there's an extensive area of garden space to the south of the property. You can see south of the driveway area. So the curtilage is quite extensive. The next point I would note is that when you're looking across towards the wind farm, on the western half, well, the first observation is that a substantial amount of the wind farm would be screened with only a few turbines visible with the upper part of the towers and the nacelles. But on the right-hand views, that's the more northerly Arca view towards turbine 10, and that is sheet I, for your reference. You'll see that as opposed to sheet F, which is looking slightly southwestward, it's more of an oak mixed woodland, deciduous woodland. Because that obviously is in summer, in winter, it would be without foliage, but you've got the density of the wood again, providing a heavily filtered view. On the right-hand side, on sheet I, you've got more of a conifer mix, and those conifers are quite young, so they're still growing. So they've got height to achieve yet. So in due course, those turbines that are substantially screened there would fall from view due to the growth of those conifers. We picked up this point yesterday with regard to that roadside view. So those were the points I wanted to make on this property. But you've got the analysis on the schedule.
I'm just looking at these conifers, and they don't actually look that well. I'll just point that out. They've got quite scraggy tops. But one general viewpoint, comment about views from the whole of the valley, all these properties towards these wind turbines. Prevailing southwesterlies will keep the blades at full sort of maximum visibility. Obviously, there could be view turning, and they'd be probably less visible at that view. Also, the sun sets in the west, and they'll be seen in the evening. They'll be seen in silhouette, kind of high above the residents. In the morning, the light will shine onto them, and when the sky is dark, they'll be extremely prominent, seen as very white elements against the sky.
Okay, so we're down to, I think, Organ Cottage.
Excuse me, sir, just one. I think there's... have we discussed Larg Farm? We discussed Old Larg.
Because that comes later, I think, in my list.
Yes. It's actually Larg Farm itself instead of
Yeah, it's actually, it comes earlier in my list. I missed it out completely. It's before Low Court Orkin. So my fault. Back to Larg Farm. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to discuss this because I think this is another candidate for considering overbearing. If you look at the actual aerial photograph, it shows that it's really unobstructed in front of the house itself, and there's quite a sort of there's no real foreground screening in this instance. So the turbines, if you look at the visualizations, are really clearly the hubs and the blades, nearly all, well, most of them, or a significant number of them, are actually above the tree line and are very prominent in the view in this instance. I think that the actual direction of the property, the way the property faces, and also the actual prominence of the blades above the tree line, and the close proximity in terms of distance is such that I think that this is another potentially overbearing situation in this instance.
I was going to say, would you like, I don't know whether you'd like me to respond to that at all, but it's very similar to the last scenario that we've just discussed.
I'm not dismissing Mr. Morton's concerns by saying I don't need you to come back. I'm just, because it's very similar issues. I think you understand that.
It is, and I don't want to be necessarily repetitive, but recognising that each property is different, has its own circumstances. What I would note with this property is that it's got a very open aspect around the property. You can see that from the aerial, and the property's got windows on different elevations. And so there are other elevations which would be visually unaffected by the proposal. The turbines, the wind farm are located at distance and beyond, and so there's a heavy degree of screening. But there are open, something in the order of around about 360-degree arc of view from that property, because there is no vegetation immediately around it of any substance.
Okay, if we can scroll down to Borgen Cottage now, which is quite a bit later in the RVAA. Comes after Shepherd's Cottage. My question here, the front of the property, facing straight across the valley, pretty much directly towards the site. The owner's chosen, despite it being on the front, the owner's chosen to put quite a large conservatory type structure. I wondered whether that tells us anything about the relative importance of this view to their residential amenity. Ask Mr. Cook.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the elevation, the characterisation is correct in that it has the conservatory elevation is facing towards the wind farm that you can see there. It has obviously an open aspect around the property to the south and to the east. Those elevations are visually unaffected. North elevation is facing towards some outbuildings. There is a line of sight, direct line of sight towards the wind farm, but the distance is to the nearest property. To the property, the nearest turbine is turbine 10, as per the aerial, which is 1,770 metres away, with turbine 12, the most northerly one that is in this arc of view, would be over 2 kilometres, 2.2 kilometres away. So there's distance attenuation here, but I do note that in terms of, if you look at the wire line, which we have for this property, you can see that there is an array of the 13 turbines, and they can be seen over the horizon. What I would note is that they're fairly uniform. There is minimal stacking. They're evenly spaced. They all sit within a similar sort of height, and in that respect, it's quite even, if you like. In terms of it's quite a simple composition, if you like. But there is an acknowledgement that this property would have views of those at that distance, but it's the distance attenuation and the fact that the property's got other elevations unaffected that mean it wouldn't breach the public interest test here.
I disagree with. I think that there's a case for overbearing. I think the actual visualisations are self-evident.
Thank you. So the next one I had was Knockville, I think. Knockville and Grungy Woodland log cabins. We heard from the owners of those last night. Some of my questions were just factual, which I will find out for myself when I go there later on, as to there was talk, I think, in the assessment of cabins that were going to be there, and I think there's at least one that is there, I think. But anyway, I'll find that out later on. It was just a factual question as to where we are at the moment. There was also a question as to whether RVAA strictly applies to these, because I don't know quite what their status is, whether it's permanent residential or not. You might not be able to answer, but I think you treated them slightly differently.
Yes, my understanding is that these are designed to be holiday lets. The RVAA is about looking at permanent residency, residential properties, not holiday accommodation. However, we took a precautionary approach and have included it. And you've got an analysis sheet with regard to these log cabins, which is included in the analysis. We conclude that there would be a significant effect both day and night, but in terms of looking at its circumstances, as I've set out in the table on the top of page 2, we don't consider that this would breach the public interest test threshold. But you've got a wireline again supporting this.
Just add for the record, so there's a planning condition attached to the permission which restricts permanent residential use on those.
Could I just interject there? Thank you. I think this is a clearly example where the putting aside the ownership issue or the usage issue, this is clearly a overbearing effect. It's extensive views. The turbines are completely disproportionate to the landform itself. As far as the actual occupancy of the cabins are concerned, I believe these are for personal, recreational and well-being, mental health use. And I understand that they'll actually be occupied for quite the vast majority of the year in that respect. So I think that needs to be borne in mind as well. When you're considering the impact. Thank you.
And so you have the analysis.
I'm just wondering whether it is of use to my consideration to have a copy, if you've got a copy of the planning permission, which I think you do, if you could put that in, and then, if anyone wants to say anything about it in closing, they can do so.
Yeah, happy to email that.
Mr. Cook, regardless of whether you think these are properties, would you say this is probably the location at which there would be the greatest visual amenity effect of all the properties that we've been talking about today? This is probably, in terms of proximity, we're about 1 kilometre away, and in terms of the lack of intervening screening, this is probably as bad as it gets.
In terms of line of sight, yes, those facts are correct. But as I say, it is set in a woodland context, and clearly there's been an intention to set it within a woodland context. So obviously, a value ascribed to that. But there is an open aspect towards the wind farm, yes.
In a way, you've taken a worst-case scenario by choosing to put your viewpoint right at the edge of the woodland, presumably.
Yes. Yes, and set into the wood. But again, I don't know whether I can't recall whether this is on the itinerary. So you'll be able to see that then. You'll be able to look at it on the ground, get a better impression.
Sir, could I just raise one point that I raised earlier? It's just a question to the applicant, really. We touched on the residential visual amenities study area, and I accept that this, it varies on a site-to-site basis, and there's no prescriptive distance. I would like to understand, and there may be good reasons for this, but why the property at Bridgend, which I mentioned, which was the council's visualisation was produced from, and it's clearly that there's significant effects from that. Why that wasn't included in the assessment. And the other thing that kind of slightly puzzles me, which there may be good reason for, is one of the properties which would have been Knockville, which is stated as being financially involved, has not been included in the assessment. Now, that property is probably the most affected of any properties by the development, and there are properties within the site which are also, in a sense, financially involved in that the land ownership is involved, obviously, in the development. So my question is, what reasons are there for excluding Knockville from the assessment? And the other aspect I would say is that, for example, in the recent decision at Forside, the reporter, actually there were a number of properties that were financially involved that were included in the residential visual amenity assessment, and the reporter was of the view that it didn't matter whether they were involved or not, and his assessment of overbearing on a number of properties which were financially involved, and he disregarded that fact in it. So I don't understand why, and it's just a simple question, I just don't, and if there is an explanation for why Knockville was excluded.
If I deal with Knockville first, the technical guidance note 0219 is very clear that where a property is financially involved, it is considered to have a far less level of sensitivity, and it is not necessarily appropriate to take it into account because of that reason. So that's set out in the technical guidance note. With regard to the other property to the north, the 2 kilometre radius, at some point you have to draw a line and in terms of which properties are scoped in and which are scoped out, and the analysis needs to be proportional to the exercise in hand. The documentation was submitted, and at no point, sir, that I'm aware that there was any request for further properties to be taken into account when the council and other consultees were considering the application. If it had been raised at any point, then clearly it would have been a matter that the applicant would have taken up and sought to address in an AI submission, and that didn't occur. So there would have always been that option to capture further properties if it was considered appropriate. But the professional judgment that we applied seemed to stand the test of scrutiny as far as the council were concerned. And then those are the points I think I wanted to make. Thank you.
So if I can just add to that question, there's no, it's not a matter of law in relation to financial involvement. It is a matter that you can take into account. It's a material consideration. At the end of the day, the RVA guidance, similarly ETSU and its successor document, are policy documents. They're not statutes. So it's an important consideration, but it's not one that is definitive, and that's the reason why you might find at Forside a reporter says, I take that into account, but I still find that it breaches the threshold.
Could I just have a final statement? I don't really accept that the exclusion for Knockville, to be quite honest. The others, to an extent, that other properties within the consideration, the RVAA, are in a sense financially involved because the landowner is involved in the actual development itself. So, and by extension, you would say that they would have lower sensitivity, if you like. But I think that Knockville should have been included irrespective of financial involvement, and I don't accept the reasons for the exclusion of the property at Bridgend. And the reason why I don't accept that is it's actually in quite close proximity. It's not a massive extension of the study area to include it. It's sort of almost the one out, if you like. So I think that you could have extended that study area further in that direction. As I say, the extent of the study area is dependent on each individual situation. And it doesn't have to be 2 kilometre cut-off. It actually, you can include properties that are slightly at further distance, but generally within the 2 kilometre boundary. Thank you.
What we'd say to that is absolutely go and have a look. You've got our explanation as to why there has to be a working rule as to what properties are taken into account or not. But if there are examples that somebody's asking you to do, then we would encourage you to go and have a look and form your own view.
I mean, I have been past that property because obviously I've been to the bridge viewpoint. I wasn't looking specifically or trying to picture in my mind, you know, how it might affect that property, but I can easily do so again. I'm not proposing that we add that to our itinerary because they don't know we're coming, that we don't want to turn up and surprise them. So, but I'm happy to undertake to go and have a look back to that place, but this time actually picturing myself as living in that property. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
That was the end of my list of queries on specific properties, unless you want to add any others. Mr. Morton, no, you think you're content. Should we take a short 5-minute break, unless anyone has anything else to say on RVAA before we go on to wildland? Nope. Okay, so whatever time it is now, come back at 10 to 11, thanks. Okay, so first, apologies to anyone watching this on the live stream. For some reason, and it happened to me as well, the Citizen Wi-Fi decided to kick David off the Wi-Fi, so the connection, I think, was pretty bad for those people watching at home. We have got the recording, that was fine, it's just the broadcast to YouTube. So over the next couple of days or so, we will upload it. So if anyone's following along at home, apologies if you're getting a lot of buffering. You will get to see the full thing once we upload it, albeit not live, but hopefully from now on it should behave itself. That was the only thing I think I had. Oh, thank you to the Community Council. I now have, Mr. Hardy, the document that you have. So should we deal with that? Is it convenient to deal with that now before we get into dark sky, wildland, sorry?
Community.
This is the one, the VCC submission. So I've read this. Unfortunately, it's not, it is paginated, but it's not paragraph numbered. So I'll try and navigate to a couple of the points. So I'll try and keep this brief because we're going back over old ground to a degree. My understanding from the note I've got, from the pen note at the top of this, is that I think it was submitted in November 24. And that will become relevant for reasons I'll explain. So what I would note is that the application was also submitted around November 24. So that would mean that Energy Contour, the applicant, would have undertaken community consultation, and the community and the CVCC would have been aware of this application coming in when this submission was made. And I think from reading it, and this is my own perspective, it comes across that this was drafted, I think, in light of a pending application regarding that's as I read it. I don't believe that it could be regarded as being objective. I think there's a heavy bias in terms of its analysis and recommendation. But its tenor and thrust is really about trying to limit further wind farm development in an eastward direction over the plateau moorland. The only changes that are proposed, material changes, are in the immediate vicinity of the Cree Valley. If you look at the proposed and the draft LCT shape files, if you like, and polygons. So changes are proposed around the Cree Valley. And in essence, what they were proposing was to effectively suggest, and I think it's in the, I'll give you the reference. Yes, it's on page 6, where we've got a title, changes necessary in the description of the, these are referred to as AUs rather than LCTs, but the penultimate line on that page, submit a separate AU17 subunit. So it was about trying to create a subunit on the eastern side of the area 174 in terms of the LCT. So a couple of other observations. On the first page, they accept that they are not experts, nor do they fully understand the analysis with regard to landscape of the whole region. So that sort of puts it in perspective. The last paragraph on page 1, to me, reads along the lines of that they are aware that there is a necessity to address a wave of wind farm applications coming through, and that this is a strategy potentially to deal with that at a local level. Over the page, on 2, second paragraph, it is understood and this was a point I was making yesterday, sir, that the sensitivity guidance that ultimately was prepared and published by the Dumfries and Galloway Council is specifically intended to be used for the benefit of developers to guide potential wind farm sites to areas of lower sensitivity. So that's its express intention. You can see on page 3 what is proposed when you look at the top plan, which is the current position of LCTs versus what they're proposing, and you can see that effectively LCT 17, which comes up to and wraps around the wooded Cree Valley, which is 4, wraps around it, as I mentioned yesterday, where they're proposing that actually 4 is extended, 17 is pushed back, and 12 to the south, which is what I characterise as a settled landscape, comes up as a broad corridor, effectively creating a buffer between 17 and 4. Then over the page, on page 4, it refers to the chronology of the evolution of wind farm development across the moorland plateau in that first paragraph. And then there are a couple of paragraph numbers here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and the 5th one. So all of that is setting out a chronology. 5th one says that it is about trying to find a sufficient justification. So it sounds like an engineered solution to reposition the boundary and reposition the Unit 17 in relation to Unit 12 through redrawing the boundaries. Over the page on page 6, we've got a heading, changes necessary. And then the second paragraph says, as shown in figure 2, we propose that an isolated section of AU 17, that's as we refer to it as 174, to the northeast, which is dominated by plantation, which was a point I was making, but does not contain or is influenced by wind energy development, should be reconsidered as a subunit. And it was a point I made that there wasn't any documentation to suggest that there was any evidence to suggest there'd been any subdivision of that moorland plateau. So reading that and looking at it in the round, this was intended to really provide a solution to try and offset what they see as a threat in terms of wind farm development on the eastern side of the LCT 174. And I hope I'm not being too disingenuous in that characterisation. But what I would finally say is that it was submitted to the council. Dumfries and Galloway responded, which is documented, and they'd taken it into account and felt that no changes were necessary or appropriate, and it still stood in terms of the, I'm going to call the morphology of the typologies. Hopefully that provides you an overview.
That's very helpful.
Could I just comment on that? Obviously, the issue of the subdivision of LCT 174, the issue, this all stems out from the original consultation that was sent out by Dumfries and Galloway when they were preparing their landscape sensitivity study, the latest one, and they were asking for opinions regarding the boundaries that had been drawn and the sensitivity, and that's what I think the Cree Valley Council's stance was and their response to it, which I think it's perfectly valid for them to have their opinion, I mean, whatever that may be. And it was even of my opinion that LCT 174 should have been potentially subdivided on the eastern edge, which obviously they didn't take into consideration. But I think it's actually a bit of a red herring, because it's already stated in the landscape sensitivity study that this area has higher sensitivity. We don't need to have a boundary. we already know it is. It's already defined within that document. So I think, you know, this discussion is a bit fatuous in that sense. Thank you.
We've had that discussion yesterday. Mr. Duncan, do you want to say?
Thank you, sir. And those comments from Mr. Morton are helpful because they build on what I'm about to say. My understanding is this was a representation made on behalf of Cree Valley Community Council in response to a consultative draft version of document 006.005. Now, we covered this at one point yesterday. That document has since been adopted as supplementary guidance to Local Development Plan 2 by the Scottish Government, and I think yesterday I said that was in March 2025. The actual date was the 28th of February 2025, which makes sense because I think the next day was the day the legislation changed in relation to supplementary guidance. So it was very much kind of last chance saloon for it. As far as the date, yes, the Glenvernoch consultation was received by the Council on the 19th of November, but there was community awareness beforehand, both during the kind of scoping and pre-app consultation stage. Now, I'll just defer to Liz Bowman, our landscape consultant, in relation to commentary about the landscape character types, but effectively it's a consultative draft response by the Community Council, which doesn't really have any bearing now because it's been overtaken by subsequent events.
Thank you, that's helpful. I'll give it the status that I think it deserves, but the Community Council were very keen that they put it in, and the applicant's quite happy to accept it, and I'm happy to accept it with the comments that have been made about it. So I think you didn't. Yes, Ms. Bowman.
Just wanted to say that I did speak to Carol Anderson since we spoke about this issue yesterday and about the blanket sensitivity that had been given to the LCT of high and why it was the same as, say, the area of the mountains, which are also high. And she said that, as I said yesterday, the impacts of very large turbines are inherently high, effects are often high, and also that the locations with the highest capacity have been used already by wind turbines and wind farms, which tend to be smaller, and therefore new wind farms are larger and tend to be closer to the most sensitive outer landscapes.
Come back on that.
Well, I picked up this point. I don't really want to repeat the point, but just in response, if you take the Merritt Wildland and it's overlapped by the regional scenic area, so it's of pretty high significance in terms of standing, in terms of landscape designation. There are other areas which, for example, you've got the Plateau Moorland, which don't attract any landscape designations. I would have anticipated that there would be a different level of sensitivity.
I don't want to go back into all of that. I've got your points, but it's interesting to see what Ms. Anderson had to say. Okay, back to, before I go back to wildland, just reminder, mainly for myself, for the recording, we've now got a copy of the Planning Permission, thank you, for the Knockville cabins, and I've now got this document, obviously, and I know it's been sent electronically, and it was just a reminder that they'll need to be added as supporting documents to the list. Yet another revision to that list. Okay, wildland areas, part E of the agenda.
Sorry, sir, can I I've just had some information delivered to me, and I don't want to interrupt your flow. It's just that I've been told that the Cree Valley Council did actually, in their scoping report, request that consideration of certain properties be included in the RVAA. And I think the property at the Bridge End was included in that. So just thought I'd let you be aware of that. Thank you.
So they submitted that as a submission to energy consents, but energy consents didn't include that in their scoping opinion subsequently.
I'm not sure of the process, but I understand that at the scoping stage, when the scoping report went out, in response to that, as a consultee, they asked for these properties to be included. I thought maybe that you should be aware of that.
I will go and have a look at it anyway, definitely.
If I could just add to that, so our scoping report specified a 2K study area, and we invited comments specifically on that point. The council didn't disagree with that. Cree Valley came back and said we want to extend out to 4 kilometres, but the Scottish ministers said we're happy with the scope of the landscape and visual assessment at 2 kilometres.
Thank you. Okay, I'm determined to get onto wildland now. So we will need Nature Scott's technical guidance assessing impacts on wildland, which is document 6.13. We need the work that the applicant has done on wildland assessment, which is 2.55, and the wirelines that go with that, which is 2.56. I'd also like to look at Nature Scott's Merrick wildland area description, which is document 7.19. And we'll look at that one first, I think. And I'll also be, at some point, referring to the Mountaineering Scotland objection, which is 12.17. So of those, as I said, the Merrick wildland area description, 7.19, is relatively short document. First page, you've got a picture of the outline of the identified area. I'm trying not to call it a designation because I know it's not a designation, but you know what I mean. It's an outline of an area with high wildland qualities. And then below that, on the next page, page 2, we have something that's headed context. And in that, we can see there is mention of the Dark Sky Park in about the middle 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, little paragraph. It mentions the existence of the Dark Sky Park. And then if we go down to the next page and subsequent pages, the qualities of the wildland area are identified. And I think I'm right in saying that there are 4, I think, better count them. 1, 2, I think there's 4. Yes, thank you. I just checked that was right. It seemed like a lot of pages to put us 4. It is 4. So we've got 4 wildland qualities. I'm just checking that I'm right, that there's no mention, no reference at any point in any of those wildland qualities to nighttime effects or dark skies or anything like that.
I was going to pick that up, sir. So it's helpful you've raised that.
You're content with that? We're going to talk about dark sky and nighttime effects later on, but just from the point of view of the wildland qualities, you may have an answer for me. Yes?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Although the document clearly recognises the existence of the Dark Sky Park, because it tells us that in the context, when it then goes on to talk about the wildland qualities and to define them, I think I'm right in saying there's absolutely no mention of nighttime as being one of the contributors to those wildland qualities, or dark skies, or anything like that. If it helps, I cheated by using word search just to make sure I hadn't missed it by searching for dark and night and various other words, and I can't find any reference.
I think, yes, you're right.
We'll come back to that. It's just while I was thinking about wildland, we'll come back to dark skies, but because it's in here, I just wanted to double check that. So, point 16 on the agenda, the effect of existing wind farm development on the wildland area's physical attributes, and, well, on perceptual responses. I don't think any wind farms are within the wildland area, obviously. I think the first point I wanted to see if we could get agreement on is the extent of the wildland area that's likely to have visibility of both existing wind farms and the proposed development. So I think probably the best document to look at the first round of additional information, that's document 59, 2.59. Let's get that open. Figure, which is the wildland area with blade tip ZTV. It's called figure 3. And if we go to, there are various labels, or that you can see, for example, viewpoint 12, which we'll come to on the Merrick Summit. That's a viewpoint from the EIA report, and there are others. You can see the Bruce's Stone, that's outside the wildland area, and then you can see various labelled letters, which are the wire lines that the applicant produced to assess wildland area effects. So point F, Ancillary, and various others going north. And you can see the shading, the hatching, which shows the extent of the wildland area, which corresponds with that drawing that I showed you at the start of the designation, description, not designation, I said it again. And you can also see, superimposed over that, the theoretical visibility of, and it probably is fairly accurate in terms of the absence of tree cover at this sort of elevation, but theoretical visibility of the development. And we can see that there are quite extensive areas of the wildland area from which there would be no possibility of seeing the proposed development. You accept that?
Yes.
So if I can put a statistic on that, it's approximately 18% that where there is potential theoretical visibility as it relates to the wildland area.
Thank you. Sorry.
Can I just add that the areas where there is visibility are spread out across quite a large proportion of the wildland area?
We will come to that. It's not just the western boundary. There are other peaks further in that will also have visibility. Do you accept, Ms. Bone, that in those locations, given the relative height and proximity of this development compared with others, if you can't see this development from those locations, you certainly won't see any of the other wind farms further away?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to confirm that. It's in most locations I'd say yes, but I couldn't confirm it without looking at the ZTVs, comparative ZTVs.
I'm putting it very crudely, I suppose, but it's likely if you have a location within the wildland area where this ZTV for this development shows you can't see this one. While it's possible that they might, for some reason, be able to have a gap where you can see one of the others, they are a lot further away. The chances are, for the majority of the 82%, yeah, so the other way around, the 82% where you can't see this development, chances are, for the majority of that anyway, you wouldn't be able to see any wind farm development at the moment either. Is that fair?
I don't know. I'd say I don't know. Certainly you can see. You'd be able to see the other wind farms from quite a lot of the west-facing slopes, but our wind farm is in a different location.
Yes, it is. Putting it the other way, and it's probably not fair because I'm putting you on the spot without the ZTVs, but I'm just wondering if you could think of any location where you can see another development, from an area where it's predicted you couldn't see. But it's probably not fair to to try and put you on the spot. My point that I was trying to get to is there's a lot of the wind farm at the moment where you don't experience a lot of the wildland area where you don't experience wind farms at all at the moment. You accept that point?
Yeah, I'd accept that. Yeah.
So can I turn it around slightly differently, or a slightly different perspective? And I would characterise it like this, that the The documentation on the wildland assessment acknowledges that from the high peaks and some of the outward facing slopes, and that's, so just in terms of typology, if I can use a couple of terms, I'm going to talk about the high peaks, I'm going to talk about the outward facing slopes, primarily on the west and to the south, and then you've got what I'd describe as the inner, lower interior, and if I talk about the lower lowland, I'm talking about the interior to the east of the north-south ridge. Does that make sense? So that's the sort of typology. So what the documentation acknowledges is that in terms of the existing situation, the baseline, is that you've got an arc of view of wind energy development wrapping around from the northeast, round the north, round to the northwest, west and to the southwest, with very little to the southeast, virtually nothing to the southeast. So with the introduction of this proposed scheme, it is not going to extend the visual envelope beyond what would already be seen, and that's borne out by when you look at all the wirelines and the photomontage for Merrick for viewpoint 12, in the direction that you see the proposed Glenvernoch scheme, you see it in the arc of view of other wind energy development on the Moorland Plateau. So it's in an existing visual envelope. So the proposed scheme in the broadest terms doesn't increase the visual envelope against the baseline. So that's another way of looking at it. In other words, it doesn't increase the level of visibility of wind energy development as perceived from the wildland area over and above the existing baseline, because you see it in the context of that arc of view where there's already wind farm development, accepting it is in the middle distance rather than the far distance. Is that helpful?
That's a much clearer way of asking the question, I think. Do you accept that point, the arc of visibility where you are already seeing wind farms, albeit a fair bit further away, is effectively unchanged? There won't be a position where suddenly you're seeing a wind farm where you haven't already got existing wind farms within your existing arc of view.
Apart from a very small, a few very small areas, but this is also theoretical visibility as well, because the other wind farms are so much further away. Obviously.
It's weather dependent, etc. Yeah.
But we've just accepted in terms of ZTV that we can probably put quite a high reliance on the ZTV because we're on the higher elevation where there isn't the benefit of vegetation forestry.
So it's weather you're talking about, I think, weather conditions rather than any potential vegetation. Yeah, fine, good.
Just in terms of this point about the arc, and I'm looking at a geographic information system of the wildland, of the turbines proposed in this development, and of the other wind farms in the area. There is no doubt that if you look at this, that this proposal extends that arc further round to the south, to the southwest. And secondly, whilst we appreciate your point about distance, the distance is much closer than all of the wind turbines to the west and southwest quadrant. Much closer, and that doesn't take account of the difference of the height of the turbines. The turbines to the west are, my understanding, older and therefore likely to be much lower. These are obviously 200-metre turbines.
So there's a line of sight point, because if the turbines to the west are lower, you've got visibility to those. You might have higher turbines to the east, but you're closer to the foothills, so you've got the benefit of the screening effect of the foothills.
I disagree that, and I agree with my colleague, Dr. Ford. I'd draw reference to some of the wirelines that have been presented for the wildland area. They clearly show an extension of wind energy development in the view to the south or to the left of the view in the wirelines. So I think it's a clear evidence that the extent of wind farms and views of wind farms are extended to the south. Any ones that are in the far distance are really are recessive. and there is really good evidence that this is extending wind energy development to the south, and as my colleague said, into the foreground or into the middle distance in the view, which is very significant. Thank you.
We will come to the wirelines, because I do want to talk about views from various points using the wirelines, albeit the wirelines don't tell us anything about the weather and distance and visibility effects, but they do show us the physical separation. I just want a quick question on, there's a phrase Mr. Cook used, I'll find the quote. Yeah, I think you refer, Mr. Cook, to in some parts of being a modified baseline rather than a pristine wildland, and I think the wildland area description 7.19, where it's talking about the well-used path up the Merrick having a localised impact on the sense of naturalness and sanctuary, surrounding large-scale forest plantations, mostly Sitka spruce, widely visible from the tops and from out-facing slopes, providing evidence of contemporary land use. And I think it says bottom of page 4, I think it is, from the high ground on the western edge of the wildland area, some existing wind farms are sufficiently close or extensive to be clearly visible, reducing the sense of sanctuary. So on this western edge and the outward-facing slopes, it's not a pristine wild environment, I think you're saying, and I think that's the baseline.
And that's the baseline, yes, and that's borne out by, if you look at the wirelines, I'll call them A to J, but you know the wirelines I'm referring to. If you look at those in the round, that's the point that's borne out.
Except that on the western facing slopes, the western edge, you're not dealing with a pristine, in relative terms, this is the less wild part of the wildland.
Yes, I'd agree with that, but the existing wind farms are very recessive.
Sufficiently prominent to merit a mention in the wildland area description. I know we're going to compare the two shortly, compared with this proposal, but it did get a mention, they did get a mention as sufficiently close or extensive to be clearly visible, reducing the sense of sanctuary. That's what it says about the western side. So they accept, you can see them, maybe weather dependent, obviously.
I accept that, yeah.
I don't disagree with that, but what I would say is that it also says that wind farms are becoming increasingly closer to further diminish those qualities. So whilst it might be accepted that there is intrusion on that aspect of wildland character, the advancement of wind farms further towards the wildland area, as would occur with Glenvernoch, would reduce the sense of sanctuary further than the existing development, which is very recessive in the far distance, does.
I'm just rereading the bottom of page 4. It says operational wind farms can also be seen from the Merrick and other tops, although most of these are too distant to impose noticeably upon the wildland qualities. So that suggests that some of them do impose notably on the wildland qualities, but to be fair, most of them don't. And then it goes on to the quote that I read, they appear as obvious human artefacts, sufficiently close to be clearly visible. So it sounds like even within the further away cluster of wind farms, some of them are seen by Nature Scott to impose notably on the wildland qualities. Do you accept that?
I accept it, but also to quote Nature Scott, as I mentioned, those effects on wildland qualities are increasing, and those qualities are becoming eroded, and they do specifically refer to wind farms that are now closer. I think the reference is, but some to the west, towards the Whig Township cluster, are now sufficiently close or extensive enough to reduce the sense of sanctuary. So yes, I agree, but obviously Glenvernoch would actually even increase that further.
This was written in 2017, I think, was it? Let's find the date on it. Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, are we aware of anything that's been built? So what they were referring to there was obviously the pre-2017 position. Has anything changed materially since then that would affect, if, obviously there's the Kilgarrick extension that post-dates that, but surely if anything that is an addition to the baseline over and above what they were talking about, which if anything, because I don't know the geography as well as you people will do, but I suspect if anything it's no further away than the closest existing turbines. So it could do potentially actually add to the some of the existing development detracting from wildland qualities. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I do accept that, except for, yes, I do accept that, to be fair.
So I don't know whether it's appropriate, but I just wanted to set a little bit of context or benchmarking to the documentation, if I may, if that's all right, because I think it's relevant, germane to this point. If you look at the, on page 3 of the 2017 document, key attributes and qualities, we've got that first heading, and we've got 4 blue headings, which I recognise as being the key attributes and the qualities that are disaggregated into the 4 areas. So the first one is that it talks about the relatively small area of the land has a strong perception of naturalness, few human artefacts and little contemporary land uses. So that's setting the scene with regard to the wildland area per se. Then if you go on to the next bullet point, or the next heading, or the next attribute and quality, it notes in the heading wildland area that contrasts with the adjacent forest park, especially in terms of human activity. And what I was going to go on to how to characterise this is it identifies, as I read this, as the wildland area which has got effectively a ring around it, which is the forest park. So I'm going to call that the inner setting. And then beyond that, you've got all the other LCTs, such as the moorland plateau, which I would describe as the outer setting. So if we just go back to this, it says there's a noticeable difference in terms of human activity between the wildland area and the surrounding parts of the forest park. So I interpret that as the immediate setting. And where they're focusing on contrast between wildness and then a modified landscape. And it's interesting that it's referring to the forest park, and we know that the forest park doesn't extend down to the plateau. Then it goes on to note that the area of the wildland area, another distinction, is lightly used as opposed to the forest park, which is more used. It goes over the page to say that looking at this contrast, the open moorland contrasts noticeably with the forest plantations that surround the wildland area. So there's reference to the wider area beyond the forest park and the plantations. In the next paragraph it talks about the forest park again. So the emphasis is it sees that, it's focusing on that as the setting. The next element in terms of quality is human elements are widely visible from the tops and outermost slopes. I refer to the characterisers as the west-facing slopes. But lower lying areas have a much stronger sense of remoteness. And again, what's interesting there is you've got 3 paragraphs, and in the first paragraph it says the surrounding large-scale forest plantations are widely visible from the top. So this is the forest park element again. So it's this sense of setting, immediate setting and wider setting. So it's focused on the immediate setting of the forest park. The next paragraph, recent felling coops are visible, revealing extraction tracts, talks about the forests and non-native tree species diminishing the sense of naturalness. So the focus in terms of visibility from the tops and the outermost slopes is dealing first and foremost with the forest park, not the plateau. So then it moves on to what's beyond that. Operational wind farms can also be seen from the Merrick and other tops, although most of these too distant, and you've just read all this out. So the context to me is that the analysis about looking at effects upon widely visible views from the top is looking at the immediate setting and how there is a bearing upon the sense of its tranquility and its qualities as it relates to the forest park having a bearing upon that. And then beyond that, you're looking at the plateau, and that's where the wind farms are located. So it's moving gradually further out, and that's the wider setting point. So I think there's the inner and the outer setting here, that's at play. But what's interesting is it's the order and the priority in which the wildland assessment references these.
Are you saying that the fact that they deal with the inner setting, the forested inner setting first, and give perhaps, or certainly a lot more paragraphs to it, suggests that's a more important element of its setting?
That's the priority, and that's what's dealt with as a priority. That's the first priority, or the first thing that occurs to the author of this document, or authors of this document. That's the immediate priority, because that's the immediate setting. That's not to disregard what is beyond in the wider setting, but that's the foreground setting. So perhaps another phrase would be foreground setting and distance setting. But it's not to diminish the fact that there is an outer, wider setting that is at play here, but it's in the context of an inner setting, foreground setting, which is the forest park. And the point I would make is that where the scheme is proposed, this is on the plateau, then you've got the forest park context setting, then you've got the wildland.
Would you go as far as to say, because what you're proposing, although it is at the closest edge of the outer setting, because it doesn't intrude upon the immediate forested setting, that reduces its potential to affect wildland qualities, or are you not going that far?
No, it's acknowledged in the assessment that the scheme would introduce a greater degree of wind farm development, and therefore has some degree of reducing the effect of the various parameters and qualities, particularly perceptual qualities in terms of sense of remoteness and isolation. So it has a bearing on that, but it's putting it in context, it's marginal, it's there, but it's marginal. And what I was trying to do was just set the context in which I consider the effects upon the wildland qualities. Thank you.
Sir, it was just to rewind slightly. You had asked a question about other wind farm proposals and developments that may have an effect on the wildland area. I'm sure you'll be aware of the proposal at Blair Hill. That is roughly about 6.5 miles, 6.5 kilometres rather, to the south of the wildland area. It is a less chronologically advanced proposal than this one. Just as a reference point, we received a consultation in Glenvernoch from the Scottish Government for the Section 36 application on the 19th of November 2024. For Blair Hill, we received that consultation request on the 20th of February 2025. We have provided a response to the Scottish Government in relation to the Blair Hill proposal, but there hasn't been any further process yet, so that is an undetermined, less advanced case than the one you're considering today, but it still has to be taken into account. But other than that, there's nothing really in close proximity to the wildland area that you're looking at.
Thanks, and we'll come to Blair Hill in the cumulative chat. Ms. Bowen.
As we talked about in the previous point, wind farms which are located within the outer setting, within the very far part of the outer setting, have been flagged in the World Area Citation as important, and therefore wind farms which might be at the eastern extent of this outer setting could also be seen as very important.
So I'm sure you're well aware of this, but I just think it's appropriate to raise it, that in terms of my understanding, and I appreciate I'm not a planner, but I would call myself a landscape planner, MPF 4 and Policy 4, and with reference to that, it does note in terms of the subcategory Policy 4G reference to buffer zones as they relate to wildland areas. And just for the benefit of the gallery, it says buffer zones around wildland will not be applied, and effects of development out with wildland areas will not be a significant consideration when it comes to applications. So I'm sure you're very familiar with the documents there, but I thought it might be of benefit for the context for the gallery.
We'll be talking about that tomorrow, and I think that right, so that's what informed your decision originally not to do a wildland assessment. Yeah.
But as it was requested, obviously we acceded to that.
Sir, could I just add something? I'm not really very convinced by the inner and outer setting argument. I think the outer setting itself is, and I know the applicant has said that's not to dismiss the importance of the outer setting and the views, but I think the argument's a little bit diversionary to a certain extent, and I think the importance is the outer setting and the views of the development and its contribution to existing wind farm development and advancement of that wind farm development and views.
So all I would say is that the document, there's various multiple references through the short document where it differentiates between the outer facing slopes and the inner central lower swathe of moorland, having a greater degree of attributes in terms of special qualities and perceptual elements such as remoteness and sanctuary. Thanks.
Which is actually the point I was about to raise. I was just trying to find the quote. Ms. Bowman had raised in, I think this is, this is in your hearing statement, Ms. Bowman, on your response to discussion point 17, which is where we are. You quote, this is on PDF page 21, where you're looking at the real version. It's your paragraph 6.14, well, 6.16, I think is the actual quote. I think you're quoting from your landscape advice report to the council. And you say, citing a vertical scale of development would result in intensified adverse effects on wildland qualities 1 and 3. This would affect the special quality. Low-lying areas have much stronger sense of remoteness. It was just a question on, I'm interpreting that in the basis of what you say at other places. These are not the lowest lying in the bottom where the lochs are. And am I right in thinking the lower lying areas to which you refer are the lower peaks set further within the heart of the wildland, where you will still, and we'll see from the visualisation of the wildlands, you will see the development, rather than you're suggesting that the very lowest areas where you can't see any wind farms at the moment would be affected by this. Am I interpreting that right?
Yes, it's not the outward facing largest peaks. It's the lower areas, including Rig of Darkness and the small hills. I wonder, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so they're relatively lower. They're still peaks, but they're lower than the highest peaks. I just wonder whether that is what the special quality was referring to when it says lower lying areas have a much stronger sense of remoteness. I don't know, because from those lower lying, still peaks, but lower lying, it may well be that you can't see existing wind energy development or the forested buffer because you set further east. So I don't know, but my question really was, does the reference to lower lying areas only apply to the lowest lying valleys, bottoms, or does it also apply, as you think it does, to the lower peaks, because they still have the same qualities of a stronger sense of remoteness because they're that bit further back from the edge of the wildland area, so that you probably can't see, or maybe you can, I don't know, the distant wind farms and the forested areas which are kind of down and over the top of the
the taller peaks at the western edge. That was a very long question if it was a question. Does that make sense?
Yes, and obviously there are some locations where you can see nothing of the outer landscape whatsoever, no distant wind farms and no forestry, etc. And they're potentially the core areas of the lowest lying areas, but there are also other areas, including some of the lochs, which are actually relatively elevated, so relative to the plateau moorland, but relative to the peaks around them, which create a strong sense of surroundment and remoteness. They are considered low-lying, I'd say.
The point is from the lochs, I don't think anyone's saying you will see the development, or correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think so. You have the loch area, which are the lowest lying within the wildland area, albeit, as you say, they're still higher than the plateau moorland, but they are the lowest lying. You then have some peaks set towards the east of the wildland area, or certainly further east than the edge, which are higher than the lowest lying, but they're still lower than the highest peaks. I'm struggling to work out, and I'll ask Mr. Cook the same point, as to this reference to these lower lying areas have a much stronger sense of remoteness. Does it only apply to the lowest, or does it apply to those lower peaks? The interest in that being that from the lowest lying, I don't think you will see this development either, but you will see, and we'll come to that, there will be views, or the ZTV suggests there'll be views from the lower peaks, albeit not from the very lowest. So if lower lying applies, that special quality applies to those peaks, then I take your point about this development could have effect on that special quality, because that's what it talks about as lower lying includes those peaks. Whereas if it was only talking about the lowest land, then given that I don't think you will see it from the lowest land, then I wouldn't be with you on that conclusion on the special quality. We don't know, because we don't know what the person who wrote this, but I'm just trying to interpret your view, and I'll be glad to hear Mr. Cook's view as well as to what lower lying areas means.
Yes, I'd take lower to include the lowest, and not to include the highest, and certainly to include these inner lochs and the small undulations that are between them. There would be a small area of visibility to the wind farm on the exit path between just north of the last of the lower lochs, called Loch Valley. There's a path. The path exits Loch Neldrican on the west side and passes Millburn on its east side, and there's there would be an area of visibility to the wind farm at that point. I think I pointed out in my statement that the actual worn footpath is a little higher than the footpath that's shown.
This is the sort of your point about looking down the Glenvernoch Valley. You get a view. The development, I think, as you put it, was sort of unfortunately aligned directly down that. Is that the view we're looking at, southwesterly direction? Is that right?
Yes. I mean, you've got a pretty focused view at that point. You can't see the full array of all the other wind farms in the distance. In fact, the day that I was there it was a bright summer's day. It was a couple of weeks ago, and I wouldn't have said it was a hazy day, but I couldn't actually see the distant wind farms. I took a photograph, and when I zoomed in on my phone, I could just about make out something.
Sir, could I have just a point? I'd like to just have a few words on experiential qualities and how places are experienced and perceived. We've talked a lot about lowland areas and areas of upland which are exposed to views of wind farms, and whether you can't see it in the lowland areas. But that's not really how people experience things. In the sense that people just don't go to the lowest sensitive parts of the area, they have no knowledge of that. They experience the landscape in the whole. So people who have visited the upland areas and might go down into the lowland areas, or might go into the lowland areas and go up to the upland areas and see wind farms. So it's the actual experience and the perceptive quality in the round, in the whole, so that in actual fact you can have influence from people's views and their perceptions and their expectations when they either come out of the lowland into the upland, and then vice versa. So I think, you know, that it's about a sort of a rounded, more experiential perception of the upland and lowland divide. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I didn't want to leave item 17, we're obviously going on to 18, but just want some comments on the last quarter of an hour or so's discussion. Because I think we're in danger of going down a kind of rabbit hole of definitions and interpretations and understanding, or trying to understand and get a common view on which bit might be wildland, or which view might be available, or which wind farms, what range might be possible. And I mean, whilst all these issues are important, and clearly official guidance and descriptions of the wildland is a highly relevant issue, I think the fundamental issue is which I think you're asking for our views, so is what the perceptual responses are to that, which is clearly the whole purpose of policy, is aimed at human interest rather than some kind of absolute philosophical point. And just a few comments really on that. I certainly don't propose to repeat what I've said. I covered this fairly extensively in my statement, and I don't propose to repeat it. But in the light of the last few minutes discussion, I just wanted to make a few points. First one is the mountain landscape is highly complex, and trying to reduce it to some sort of rational, measured definition, I think, is fraught with danger, that you actually end up missing the point of what the point of the wildland definition was in the first place. So if we start arguing or debating definitions, there's a very considerable risk that we lose the point about what we're basically trying to do. So that's the first point. The second one is it's a highly complex landscape, and as you've just demonstrated, and you're struggling to ask Ms. Bowman, trying to sort of clarify and focus things in a sort of orderly, relatively simple way, I would suggest is impossible. You have to go there, and even when you're there, different people will have different perceptions. Different times of year, different meteorological conditions, as you have already pointed out, will have a profound effect on what the experience of that wildland landscape is. Many people climb the Merrick in cloud. That doesn't in any way diminish in fact, it adds considerably to the sense of adventure and the wild qualities, because you simply can't see anything else. You're surviving in a potentially very hazardous environment. So we can't reduce the analysis of the landscape to sort of clearly defined rational order. They're infinitely variable. I think the other point which I'd like to touch on, just on the point you've just been talking about what low means, it's quite interesting whether you'll have an opportunity to do it or not. I'm not sure, sir, but if you go up the valley which leads to the Merrick up Buck and Burn, which is sort of the low-lying valley to the right of the main ridge, you can actually, on the mid-slopes of that, not right at the bottom, but as you start ascending from that valley, you do actually get views of the wind farm site. I was quite surprised that you feel very enclosed, and you're quite actually close to the slopes rising up to the Merrick, but you do get a glimpse of view just by the topography. Now that's just one example that I know of, and we'll talk a bit later on about the view from Buchan Hill, for example, or Bruce's Stone, I know. So the complexity of the landscape, I think, does raise the hazard that if we try and define it in too clear terms as a sort of definition exercise, I think there's a danger we'll miss the point. I think the other point I just wanted to make was, and it's set out more fully in my statement, the definition of, I don't think it's at all helpful in terms of understanding the perception and people's enjoyment of this landscape, to use the hard edge of the wildland as a particularly useful guide. Clearly in policy terms and in geographical terms and in planning terms, it's very helpful because it's been defined, it's on a plan, policies apply to it. But in terms of the experience and the motivation of people going into those hills, it's an irrelevance. And I make the point that the southern range of hills, which is, I think, if not entirely, it's mostly excluded from the wildland definition. The range of hills around the Lammacan, I've got into some detail as to why I think that merits equal status, even though it's excluded from the wildland. And that has very great sensitivity to the proposed Glenvernoch wind farm, and even more so on the Blair Hill. So I would be concerned, sir, if you based your conclusions and your judgment on this issue on the arguments of definitions and policies and declared programs that we've been talking about. I think it's much more complex and subtle and, dare I say it, important to understand the realities of the landscape from real experience.
Thank you, Mr. Gath, and I agree with you and Mr. Morton. It's the holistic effect on the qualities that we need to look at. I'm just trying to get my head around what the author of the document meant. I'm not saying that necessarily is the answer to yes or no. It's just it's a thing that I'm curious to know and to feed into my consideration of all of those points you've raised. I don't know if you have a thought on that or any of that, Mr. Cook.
So you put the question to Ms Bowman about the interior lower lying area. Can I respond to that? I'll take your question, repeated question, and like to answer that. So just to step back from it a moment, what you do have is the benefit of the ZTV, which equates to around about 18% of the area is theoretically visible within the wildland area. And that primarily relates to some of the western ridges of local high ground and some of the higher ground to the west. And that's probably best, you've got the ZTV plan to which I refer, and that also references the wire lines, or the plan I'm looking at has got the wire lines from A to J. And you've got the locations. So if you've got that plan which shows the area, the ZTV and the locations of those photographs A to J, if we were to turn those up, don't necessarily need to, but the common theme between those is that where you see the proposal, you see it in the horizontal field of view with other wind energy, wind farm development. In that same horizontal field of view and in that general direction. You can see on the ZTV the areas where there's some visibility, and that's supported by the wire lines. And then you can see the lots which are in like a light grey colour, and you can see the extent to which actually that lower lying land and those lots would be not affected in visual terms. Then I want to go to the document, the 2017 document with the key attributes and qualities again, if I may. So there is, in this document, there is a clear differentiation between what I'd describe as the outer facing slopes and the lower lying interior. And I just want to reference these because the key thing is that the lowest and lower areas of the interior of the wildland area, where you've got complex drainage systems and these small locks, knock-on and lock-on topography, are visually unaffected. And you can see that from the ZTV. So what I would say is that the majority of the lowest and lower lying land within ZTV is visually unaffected. If it's physically unaffected and visually unaffected, the character is unaffected. There's no direct or indirect effect. Then going to the document, first bullet point where it's talking about the area of the land and its perception of naturalness. In the first line, I note that it refers to the strong sense of naturalness across much of the wildland area, and then it emphasises especially the interior. So it's recognising that it's the interior which has got the strongest sense of naturalness. That's the first reference. I haven't got paragraph numbers on here, so I'll try and navigate you through the document. Staying in the same paragraph, the last line, it says the lower lying areas highlights the naturalness and the awe-inspiring qualities of these hills. So again, it's setting that area, the lower lying areas, and highlighting those qualities. So it's differentiating between the rest of the wildland area and these lower lying areas which we don't affect. Then in the next paragraph below the photograph, last line, it talks about emphasising the sense of sanctuary and solitude provided by the lower lying areas. It's not referring to the high peaks and the elevated views outwards, it's referring to the lower lying areas we don't affect. Then if you go to over the page, to page 5, at the top of hard copy, page 5, it starts, there is little visibility. There is little visibility with regard to human artefacts or contemporary land use from the central swathe of lower lying moorland and lochs. This is the area we're talking about, and consequently has a strong sense of remoteness and tranquility. So again, it's identifying that area which has got the strongest sense of remoteness and tranquility, unaffected by the proposal, as we can see from the ZTV. Then the next heading starts off a rugged landscape, and in that three-line paragraph underneath, it notes that in the third line, physical challenge to get around, required to get to reach parts of the interior, results in a strong sense of remoteness and tranquility. Again, that's where it's really hitting that note of remoteness and tranquility. Then in the last paragraph of that page, it's referring to now the dendritic drainage system and the complex bogs and water systems and the knock and lock and topography that you've got there. The Silver Flow is an extensive raised bog. It talks about the hazardness of trying to cross that and the sense of risk in terms of negotiating that. But it goes on to say that it's this to reach these parts of the interior, so enhancing the sense of remoteness. So at every turn in this document, where the greatest emphasis is on sense of solitude and remoteness, it's in the low-lying interior of the wildland area. And from the ZTV, that we know we can rely on to a high degree of accuracy, those areas are not affected. And that's the reason why we say that the qualities, the attributes, are not materially harmed, and this cannot lead to materially harming the integrity of the wildland area.
I know we're going back to definition of what's low-lying, etc., but I think we're agreeing that the area focuses around the area of the inner Lochans, which spans north to south, an area of about 6 kilometres. And you can see from the ZTV that there's a broken pattern that brushes across that area. It principally affects the small knolls which are surrounding the Lochans. And I know the area is popular with wild camping, and probably it's people camping and walking who'll be experiencing the wild land qualities. The area is also quite wet. When you walk in, you'll realise from the path, which is very boggy. I know that the northern shore of, I think it's Loch Neldrican, is popular for camping, and that's not affected by the ZTV. But also the drier areas, which will be located on top of these small knolls, will be drier, and they will be locations where the ZTV shows visibility.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I need to go out there. I confess I didn't get in that easterly direction. I haven't yet gone beyond beyond Bruce's Stone and the path up the Buchan Burn, but it's on my list. I need to go further east. Mr. Cass.
Just really wanted to kind of challenge the direction of travel from the last 5 minutes from Mr. Cook. Clearly, if you go through the guidance or the description of the wildland area, and if you word search for everything to do with low-lying, you'll find many references to it. I knowing these hills extremely well, of course the low-lying areas and the areas around the lochs have got their own characteristics, which are very precious and much to be enjoyed. But the kind of logical point that we're almost sort of moving towards was that you can come into the Merrick range and you can enjoy the wildland and the remoteness and the beauty of the mountains as long as you don't go up to the high peaks. And the idea that the majority of enjoyment and satisfaction and importance and priority is given to the low-lying areas, I think, is a complete fallacy. It's clearly if the peaks weren't there, if the mountain ranges weren't there, then the fundamental character of the hills would be, well, the hills would disappear essentially, and the relationship between the low-lying areas and the higher areas for people who are wanting to explore and enjoy those hills is fundamental. And I think lastly, on the point of 18% visibility, that seems to be being put forward as if to say, well, only 18% of the wildland area has any visibility of wind farms, so the rest of the 82% is fine. So what's wrong with that? Well, that 18% I think is the fundamental point about why this area has any interest as an upland landscape. It's like saying that the top of Everest is a very small part of the Himalayan range, but that doesn't make it any less significant. So I think to intimate either that because areas are low-lying and they're the ones to be most enjoyed, and therefore the wind farm, by not having an impact on those, is having no impact on the wildland, is incorrect. And similarly, using the 18% figure as some kind of justification that the impact is less, again, I think is completely misguided.
So, if I may, just to come back on that, if I can. What I would say is I think there's a degree of conflation in that response, in that what the gentleman's referring to there is the reference to the degree of recreational activity. The point I was making is that where you get the strongest sense of perceptual attributes is where it's in those lower lying areas is where the strongest sense of physical perceptual attributes would be. It's a different point.
I was going to come back in your defence. I don't disagree with you, Mr. Cass. There are other aspects other than the thing we were asked, or I was asking both parties specifically, was about the sense of remoteness and the detachment from human influences, etc. And Mr. Cook was saying, well, that quality of the wildland area is most strongly felt in areas where you won't see this development. But as you say, there are lots of other reasons why people go to the wildland and lots of other qualities like the physical challenge and other things like that, which are very much displayed in places like the Merrick. And we're going to come to the Merrick in a second, where I'll be asking you what you think about, in relative terms, whether you agree that things like sense of remoteness and being detached from the outside world, if you like, are less obvious there in comparison with the inner lower areas. So I think he wasn't disputing the value of that western high ground. He was just asking my specific question about that one special quality of the remoteness and the low-lying areas being contrasted in that regard to the higher bits further to the west. Dr. Ford.
A procedural point, so at some point could we discuss timing of the progress through the agenda and so on? At an appropriate point.
We're not galloping through it. I'm hoping we can pick up a bit of speed. There's an awful lot of wire lines and there's a visualisation of the Merrick. In my opinion, a lot of the wire lines are actually remarkably similar, so I wasn't proposing that we go through all of those individually. I just want to get a feel for people's thoughts on whether there is a difference in wildland qualities and what those differences are between the areas in which this development would be visible and invisible, and whether that matters, because I'm conscious of Mr. Morton's point that you don't just go to one place, you wander all around the wildland area potentially. Where are we now? We're 12. I'm not proposing to break until, well, people give up, but not for another hour at least. So if we can just see how how we are by 1 o'clock, and then we'll have a feel for how close we are to finishing for 2, which was obviously, we were supposed to be heading out on site at 2, I think, but...
It's to do with arrangements for this afternoon, but also if we're running into Friday and so on.
So can we go to the MERIC visualisation? So we're on point 19, effects at particular locations. I think I'd say, the way I'd set them out in the order in the agenda, I think I'd said Ancillary first, but the MERIC actually has a visualisation, so it's probably best that we actually open that one first. It's viewpoint 12. And then we'll look at the various, or at least some of the wire lines for other places as well. So we are 14 kilometres away or thereabouts from the nearest turbine. Obviously very extensive views out to the northwest and, well, in fact, in all directions, but in the directions I'm interested in are all the way northwest round to southwest, looking out across the lower land. We can see, or at least on a good day, we can see extensive wind farm development in the distance. But what's now proposed is about 8 kilometres closer. Mountaineer and Scotland find a major significant effect at this location. What I should say is I'm interested in not only effects on wildland qualities, but also visual effects. If anyone wants to talk about visual effects on the receptor, because when we dealt with visual effects, we confined ourselves to areas other than within places like this. So by all means, if you want to tell me something about visual effects and not just about effects on wildland qualities, please do. Mountaineer in Scotland, major significant effect. Glenvernoch could present a significant intrusion to a turbine-free area being at least 8 kilometres closer than the existing wind farms. Pale turbines seen above and against the darker vegetation, increasing the magnitude of change. I think Mr. Toyne raised a similar point. And I think the applicant accepts this. I think the quote I have is, the proposal would extend the significant visual and character effects into a separate area further to the east within the landscape. I think the difference between the applicant and those others is that in terms of the effect on sense of sanctuary and evidence of contemporary land use, the applicant accepts there would be some effect on that, but just not a significant effect. Is that right?
Yes, yes, that's the case.
Clearly others disagree. Do you want to explain to me, let's start with Mr. Morton.
Sorry. I'd just like to start off with just something contradictory, really. This isn't a particularly good example. I'll go on to address your first question, but I think it's clear that the applicant's position that Glenvernoch wouldn't extend the visual envelope to the south, if you look at this view, it clearly does extend it to the left of the view. And this isn't a particularly good example. There are other examples where it really extends even further. So I think, I'm not sure whether I sort of agree with this assessment. I think this significantly extends the extent of wind farm wind farm landscape. I think that the issue here is, obviously this is very much further into the foreground than any of the other developments which are recessive in the distance. You've got atmospheric attenuation, you can hardly see them, but Glenvernoch absolutely stands out. It's prominent in the centre of the view. And as such, I think that level of intrusion actually does impinge on the sense of sanctuary and remoteness. It's just, you can almost dismiss things that are much further in the distance, but when they actually come into the middle distance, I think then you sort of really see them. They become a really significant focal point. And not only that, is that because this is isolated from the existing cluster, the focus on the view is on Glenvernoch. So I think it does impinge on the sense of remoteness, because you're advancing man-made structures, man-made forms further into the foreground. So you feel less separated, if you like, from man-made elements. And so it does intrude on that. I think there's a great example here for this to be considered a significant effect. The assessment, the applicant's assessment is moderate, not significant, as far as I understand. And considering the very high sensitivity, I would actually say that this is a very high sensitivity viewpoint. And even if you accept a sort of, I would say it was a low to medium change in view. If you accept that, that is obviously it's going to be a significant effect. So that's my position on this.
Do you think, Mr. Morton, on the wildland qualities, or the sense of sanctuary, the sense of remoteness, when I was up there, I was struck by just how many people there are around. I was amazed at how popular it was. To what weight do I give that in terms of this part of the wildland area enjoying that quality of remoteness and sanctuary when you've got, I think Mr. Toyne described it as the most heavily visited hill. I think the reference was in the southern uplands, and that's what he said, Mr. Toyne. He certainly said it's the most heavily visited hill. To what extent does that affect your sense of remoteness?
I think that's a very good point, to be quite honest. I think, yes, it's a busy route, and that does impinge on the sense of remoteness. But it's a perception. Maybe it's not necessarily remoteness, but it's a perception of separation from built form, built elements. You're out in a sort of a wilder landscape, basically, and everything else is pushed into the distance, and you feel that. The current pattern of wind farm development actually doesn't really affect you, but when it's brought right up into the middle distance, into your frame of view, where it becomes noticeable, then I think it does change your perception in the sense that you feel less likely, less feelings of remoteness. I think there is an element of that, but I take your point that if you've got people up on top of the same time, it's not going to be remote. But I think that even when people are together as a group, yes, you might not. I think what I'm saying is it's not solitude; it's remoteness. People can feel remoteness collectively. They can feel that where they are, they're remote from, built form and settlement and what have you. The sense of solitude, of course, is impacted upon by other people being there. But people's sense of remoteness, I think people can feel remote in a group to a certain extent.
Before we start, I did want to ask you specifically, while I remember, you referred us to the Clockery decision where I think a proposal there, which was closer than this one, was described as a major unavoidable presence. I don't know if you could elaborate on that, if that's what you're planning on covering.
I was planning on just coming back on your most heavily visited hill comment. I would say that if we're going to protect the wildland area and the experience that users actually get, the remoteness and sanctuary, then we've got to protect the views that people actually see. So my point by saying it's the most heavily visited, it's not the same as being in the Lake District, which is incredibly maybe over visited. It's not that heavily. It means that it's actually one of the views that is actually seen, and by many people. They come from Glasgow, they come from the south. They get a fantastic sense of arrival up to Glenvernoch. So you're going past Glenvernoch, and then you're better see it from the tops. And you go into the more wilder areas, which people are saying perhaps people may get the perception that lower down is more wild. Although I would say there's forestry paths and things that's maybe not as wild to me. But as you go up onto the hills, it's a much more remote and it's some view to be experienced. At the moment, the further away wind farms, you can see them, but you have to accept they're there, and that's fine. But coming into the middle distance, it will grab your attention, and it grabs your attention of the other wind turbines. And my point about the colloquy was I could see that the applicant is putting in sort of like other people's decisions as well, other reporters, other decisions on other wind farms. So I thought maybe Clockery, because it's been referenced at times, and it's a very, very similar view, different direction, very similar view, and if you look at the actual montages of what have been given, they're very, very similar. And so in that respect, you could say it would be consistent to have the same opinion of Clockery as perhaps Glenvernoch, although I accept it's slightly further away. So the impact may be slightly less, but it's all about, you know, what's dominating and what's not. And I'd say that will dominate the Merrick. And that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Yes, I'd agree with all those points. I actually see the viewpoint from Merrick as one of the most important issues in this case. In terms of wild land, this view is well used. You can see there's a wall on the lower slopes. In some locations you can see a mast located below Ancillary. You can see, in very good conditions, you can see some of the other wind farms. However, you have a very strong sense of remoteness and sanctuary due to the fact that you're juxtaposed next to the lowlands. It's very clear you don't look at a series of foothills and the lowlands in the distance. You have a sense that you're in a very high up position next to the lowlands. I'd also like to say, I'd like to reiterate that the sensitivity of this viewpoint is extremely high because of its value and its importance as set out in Mountaineering Scotland's response and multitudes of other documents. Also, what's important when considering views from here is the fact that you see the wind farm over a section measuring 2 kilometres on the descent path, so over 2 sections, and it's in your direct line of view along the whole of that section. Unfortunately, it's orientated so that you see its full extent, its full width, so it affects quite a wide horizontal view display, and it also is in front of your view to the sea in the distance. It affects the scenic value of this view quite considerably. I think that's what I've got to say about it. Certainly, aerial perspective has a big impact on how much of an impact the other wind farms have on this view, but it's very clear that the Glenvernoch is a real departure from those and located in a very different area. There are other elements of man-made development in the far view as well, but they are recessive, as are the other wind farms in the view, unlike Glenvernoch.
Thank you. Before I go back to this, I'll just say, unless anyone objects, if you want to, because we were kind of talking on the descent from here, you go down Ancillary, and I think you said at that point, if anything, the view's probably, or the effect's probably worse or more intense, presumably because you're closer and a bit lower. So I just thought we could maybe, to speed things up, include effects on the Ancillary, which is one of the wire lines. We don't have a visualisation, but you know, as part of that, considering the effect on the descent from Merrick, maybe if you can try and do that as well.
So I was just turning that up. Was that question directed to me?
Yeah, it was, if you had any thoughts, both on the effects on wildland qualities and visual amenity effects, both from the summit of Merrick and because we've already kind of touched on it from Ben Yellery as well, which is Y-line F.
That's fine. So if I may, so actually if you look at the Y-line for the Belligerry, you can see it's Y-line F. It's not dissimilar to the Y-line that we have for the viewpoint 12 for the merit in terms of general composition. So I'll deal with them simultaneously, if I may, because the points carried to both, if I may, are relevant to both. The first thing I would note is what is the baseline, and I'll just very briefly just reference again, but back to the document in terms of the Merit Wildland area, on the bottom of page 4, and you've turned to this already, it references Operation Wind Farms plural, seen from the Merrick and other tops. So we know that that's the situation. And what I would maintain is that what is proposed would not, if the scheme were in place tomorrow and you had to recraft this document, you wouldn't rewrite that description, in my view, because it still falls within the same baseline position. It's not materially changing the position. You would see this, as you currently see wind farms in that direction, the line of sight. If you look at the Y lines and you look at the photomontage, what I would say is that the proposal would extend the lateral extent of view, horizontal field of view, marginally, mindful that there is a 360-degree arc of view here with 4 90-degree views, and this is only one. But the point I would make is that in that direction of 90-degree field of view, as you're looking westward, you're seeing this proposal in the context of other wind farm development, accepting it would slightly extend the lateral extent. The other aspect I would note is that the distance is at 14 kilometres, just over. So it puts it in the middle distance. And when you look at this photograph, photomontage, and any of the Y lines, because there's a constant theme between them, is that the proposal, the wind farm, reads as being located on the plateau moorland and in a landscape which is over there, as I would characterise it, and separate and distinct to the environment where the receptor is standing and appreciating. There is a clear sense of separation. The other thing is that you would note, and it's particularly evident in the photomontage for viewpoint 12, is in the middle distance of this, you can see the land falling and its forested nature and the foothills. And that's the immediate context that I was referring to, reading the document. And what I would note is that that's your immediate foreground setting, and then you've got the setting beyond that, which is the moorland plateau, and that's where this would be appreciated and viewed and seen and observed. So that puts it in what I would describe as a further or more remote context to the foothills, and gives it a greater sense of separation from the wildland area itself because of the forested foothills between it and the wildland area and these viewing points. The other thing I would note is that the proposal, the totality of it, is substantially, or substantial is the wrong word, is totally backclothed by the plateau itself, as indeed many of the wind farms are in that direction, though some do step above and can be seen above the landscape horizon with the sea beyond. But this sits comfortably with a backcloth of the moorland plateau and the wider LCT. So it doesn't relate to any other LCTs as it's appreciated from this location. And that comes back to my point about from here, the plateau reads as being level and flat, very relatively flat to what you're appreciating. And so you're seeing it in a relatively simple landscape and large landscape at that. So the turbines are not skylining, they're not against the horizon, they're backclothed against a very large, relatively simple canvas of the LCT 174 moorland upland. And that scenario doesn't really change when you look at the other wirelines that have been provided A to J for this area. And that's where there is visibility. And the final point is, where there is visibility of this, it would be seen in the context of other wind farm development in that general direction of view, if I can put it like that. Those are the main points. And taking all of that into account, that's the reason why it's deemed as being a moderate degree of effect and not significant.
I've just listened intently to the gentleman's defence, if you like. I don't disagree necessarily with many of the things he says, but ultimately it comes down to the fact that development, Glenvernoch, advances wind farm development further into the middle distance. It is a prominent development in the middle distance. It extends the impression of wind farms in the landscape further to the south, increases the lateral extent, and ultimately it is a significant effect. I don't think there's, given the high sensitivity of all the receptors in the wire lines, and particularly at the Merrick, these are very high sensitivity receptors, as has been alluded to by the number of receptors that actually visit some of these peaks. So this high sensitivity, along with at least a medium magnitude, would result normally in a significant effect. And I don't understand why this isn't really considered a significant effect. Thank you.
So could I just put the question through you? So the gentleman had said previously that the magnitude, the change in the view was low to medium, and now he's saying it's at least medium. So there's a change in the position there.
Yes, I can answer that. Yes, I did say low to medium. It's irrelevant. Even if it was low to medium, with that very high sensitivity receptor, it would still be moderate and significant. I've said moderate and significant. That's what I've said.
It was just the acknowledgement that the spectrum was low to medium for magnitude of change.
I would gladly argue, I was erring on the lower side to be generous, to be fair. I could actually reason with it to be a medium effect. But low to medium, still significant in my view.
Can we move, I'm not saying that the wire lines going up further north are not important, because they are, but to my mind, this is wireline G, Kiriria, however you pronounce it, Hill, Tarfessock and Shallock-on-Minnock. They're progressively getting further and further away, but presenting a similar kind of outlook, an important outlook, nevertheless, to the Merrick viewpoint. I'm not sure if we'll get any productive discussion out of that we haven't already had. So I wanted to move somewhere a bit different, which is wireline B, which is Craig and Eldrick, which is in a quite different position. We're east of Ancillary. It's about 14.3 kilometres away, 548 metres elevation, so quite a bit lower than those big western peaks.
Sorry, could I just clarify? Did you say wireline B?
B, I think it's B. It's yes. Question, as I say, I haven't yet been to this location, and I will be going, but does the greater expanse of foreground wildland that you can see serve to reduce the effect on wildland qualities from also having a view of the proposed development. It goes to Mr. Cook's point about being over there. If you have more of over here in front of you, and then you can see the turbine, does that, to your point of view, reduce the impression of the turbines intruding when compared with the view on the western edge of the wildland area, which we were talking about before? Or do you think it doesn't make a lot of difference?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, because we're further east, and so we've got some more of the wildland between us and the turbines, rather than being right at the edge and looking down onto them, as you say, looking down onto the plateau. Do you think that the fact that you are further east and you've got more of the wildland as a buffer, if you like, between you and the turbine, do you think that helps to reduce the sense of diminution of the wildland qualities where you are? And does it support Mr. Cook's point about you'll see them, but they're over there, they're not here, they're not affecting me where I am?
Well, I think you've got a stronger sense of wildland in this location because you're more in it, and the hills are enclosing your view, and you see less of the distant wind turbines. But you're also focusing on the wind farm affects more of your view proportionally of the distant landscape. Compared to the Merrick, I think it's hard to tell from the wireline, but there's probably less of a sense of clear separation because you're looking across a series of foothills that drop down towards the distant landscape. So I don't think it's quite as clear as some of the higher views that you're in that the wind farm's in a completely separate landscape to where you are.
Are any of those in these, the more distant sort of lower hills that we're looking at between us and the wind farm, are any of those, do any of them have tree cover, or are all of these bare? I'm just wondering how representative of reality the wireline is.
Yes, I was going to make the point because I think it is material that the plantations up the glen leading right up to Craignell Drickham, they've now all been removed or in the process of all being removed. So that and there's no proposal to replant those. They recognised, I think, that it was an inappropriate place to have softwood plantations, and their intention is to restore and indeed increase the wildland character, although clearly the terrain has been disturbed by felled forestry. In terms of the question, this precise question you ask about whether the wirelines represent or would be particularly affected by plantations, I think the answer is generally speaking no. I wouldn't say absolutely none whatsoever. But there's been so much felling right through there in that direct line of view, including right along the northern banks of Loch Truel. So a lot of that plantation has come down. In helping or responding to your other question about what's the impact of the turbines in comparison to being on the Merrick, I think different people have different views on that. One thing I would say is that the character of the wildland, I think Loch Enoch is probably it's probably the wildest place I know, and I've been to some pretty wild places. So the experience of the wildland is really profound in that area, and not wanting to in any way disagree with Mr. Cook, the fact that it's a low-lying area, so you do feel enclosed and separated from the outside world, is a very powerful effect there. And I think the fact that you get this notch view down the Buck and Burn to the wind farm site, I think different people have different views. I mentioned just now that I was actually very surprised when I was in an area fairly close to this very recently. I was surprised that I could see turbines, and that was the extension to Kilgallioch. Now there, I'm not sure what the relative distance is, but it's probably the Glenvernoch proposal is clearly much closer than Calgilioch, so I think the impact of the turbines would be quite a, if you knew the land before the wind turbines went up, I think you'd get quite a surprise to see the turbines, even though their glimpse views are limited. And I think just a general point on the wire lines, I would urge extreme caution in using the analysis of the wire line to in any way represent what the experience of being in the real landscape is. And I think that's partly graphics, that the line thickness and the density of lines tends to grossly overestimate the visual impact of the turbines. I'm sure I'm teaching McGrath to suck eggs here, so I won't labour the point. But there are many times when atmospheric conditions prevent you being aware of the further wind farms, if you like, the established wind farm terrain in the far distance. And clearly Glenvernoch, because they're larger and because they're closer, will have a very much greater impact than the existing turbines.
Thank you, Mr. Cass. Ms. Bowen.
I've just had a chance to look at the OS map, and I think the obvious rounded hill, which is in front of the wind farm, is a summit called Mule, which is still north of a couple of the Lochans. I think probably the Rig of Jarkness contains the view. I think it's the last view on the left-hand side, and all of those are unforested. Not to say that you might see a glimpse of forestry maybe further to the right, to sort of between the hills and the wind farm, perhaps, in the low-lying ground.
I think you probably agree with what Mr. Cass was saying. Trees are unlikely to have much of a screening effect from here. Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you both. Mr. Cook.
So, just listening to all of that, could I just come back on a couple of things, if I may? So, in terms of viewpoint B that we're referring to, we are at 14 kilometres, and I think the point that was just made by the gentleman about atmospheric conditions is a very valid one. And I think that actually the days of good visibility, clear visibility, are probably relatively limited given the altitude of the location. The other thing to say that if you have poor visibility and you are out to 14 kilometres, it's very likely that you're not going to get good visibility of the wind farm like you wouldn't see the other wind farms in the moorland plateau. The question that you asked to others about this sense of separation being here and as opposed to being over there, that being over there, I think is reinforced by the fact that this view, the difference between this view and the view on the Merrick is that when you're on the Merrick, it's effectively like a dome. It's not, it's a top view, and you've got a 360-degree arc of view as you saw. This is different because the enclosure, the wireline by the point, the sense of enclosure which is demonstrated by the wireline is this point that the document's referring to, that the higher ground is giving this lower ground around the loch and around this location a stronger sense of solitude and isolation because of the higher ground. So the opportunity to be able to see outward beyond to the plateau, moorland beyond is more limited. And that's the case here where we've got a framed view. And effectively, it reads as a very shallow valley at this point, looking over to the plateau. But the point I made earlier still stands, that the proposal would be seen in the context of that plateau with wind farm development seen in it, and that's acknowledged in the baseline. So it's not introducing visibility of turbines where they're not currently located. What it does do is it reinforces the presence of wind energy development in that location. But I would say that the sense of separation is greater because you've got these haunches to the hills framing this view, giving a greater sense of separation. They're almost like walls coming up between where the observer is, the receptor, and the wider landscape beyond that. But of course, in this context, you've lost the foreground of the foothills. And you were asking about whether the wildlands could be relied upon because is there a degree of vegetation here? And just looking at aerial mapping, this area is pretty much devoid of tree cover, and so you can put a high degree of reliance upon the wildlands. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So there's a few other wildlands that we have which I'm happy to look at any of them if people need to. I hadn't any specific questions about them. I've looked at them all.
I think between the spectrum, sir, between the spectrum of an open panoramic 360 degree view and this which I'd describe as a frame, more of a frame view, I think that's the spectrum of differences between these views. So they all fall within those two visual frameworks, if I could put it like that.
Did anyone want to look at any of those other specific view? I'll include in the list Craignaw, because we don't even have a wireline from there. I put it on the agenda in case anyone wants to talk about Craignaw, but that particular site, theoretical visibility certainly, because it is highlighted on the ZTV, although it's about 15 kilometres away, I think, but I didn't, particularly as we don't have a wireline, I wasn't proposing that we talk about it. I'm not sure how much we can get out of that. So, unless anyone thinks...
Picked up on the wireline, sir. It's picked up on the wireline.
Right.
Sorry, it's picked up on the ZTV.
You will see it probably from there, albeit it... Mr. Cass.
Just a small point, so as you will know, I do regard the view from Buchan Hill as of very great importance and also representative of quite a number of the other, if you like, mid-height hills which are here. So if you're happy to deal with that under the RSA, then that's fine, but I certainly wouldn't want it to go undiscussed.
Shall we yes, because Buchan Hill is just in the wild down there. It is, yeah, it's close, it's on the edge. I think the burn isn't, but the hill is. So we'll deal with that now, that was in the additional wirelines requested by the Planning Authority, which Mr. Cook put in as an appendix to his hearing statement. So I think it's document 8.1a. And it's the first wireline, I think. Yeah, additional wireline, number 1, Buchan Hill. Okay, do you want to tell us about that? What you think of that one? Have you got the drawing, Mr. Catt? Sorry.
I don't have the wireline to hand. My colleague here is trying to find it. I do have the view, the photograph in my statement, which pretty well, it illustrates very well my concerns, I think.
Page is that, Mr. Cass?
It's page 29. It's the last page of my statement.
Yeah, I've got that, and I've got the wireline as well. Do you want to tell us what you think about that, please?
Yes, I think, as I said in the captions to the photographs, I'm happy to repeat them for sort of completeness. This is probably the most classic view, certainly within the Forest Park. It's very widely used in publications and publicity and travelogues and history of the region. And I think most people who know the Forest Park and the Galloway Hills, they would regard this very much as the, if you like, the landscape core of the whole of the Forest Park. It's I think regarded as sort of mini highlands. It's highlands in miniature. It is remarkable as a landscape type for its quality, its special qualities. and it stands, as you'll know, very much at the heart of the forest park. The significance in terms of wildlands is that the Buchan Hill, which is where this photograph's taken from, is the end of the ridge, which leads you all the way to the previous viewpoint that we were looking at, and then on up to the summit of Merrick. And it also acts as it's not heavily used, but it is a key route if you want to take a circular route up the three valleys, which are the low-lying ones, and then you can come back along Buchan Hill, or indeed you can come back down the adjacent glen. And the fact that its location and the fact that it looks right down the glen with the classic view of the hills either side and the loch in the bottom, that view leads your eye directly to the Glenvernoch wind farm site. It's if you're looking at in fact, the wireline doesn't. I'm sure the wireline's 100% accurate. It doesn't represent the landscape character at all. I don't know whether you have my photograph to hand, but the lower photograph is at the 50mm lens, and the Glenvernoch site is the sort of light straw-coloured strip of land running pretty well across the view in the mid-distance. Incidentally, this photograph was taken early May, and it's now green, so the description of it as buff-coloured might be misleading if you're going up there to have a look for yourself. In my opinion, the impact of the wind turbines here would be major. They would completely take away the feeling of being in the heart of the forest park, having descended through from the wildlands, and the whole feeling of enjoying the uplands and the mountains. And it's almost like a formal composition. This view is almost like a formal. It's clearly not a designed landscape unless you believe God designed it, but it's a very, very formal composition with the loch, the surrounding hills, and the distance out to the open moor beyond. And the wind farm would actually act as a plug, completely visually blocking that view as it runs out. And they would be very prominent, they would be very intrusive, and they would bring in a very large-scale industrial feature into a landscape which at the moment, and again, better go and see for yourself, but you get a completely open view right through to the coast of Ireland from this position, without any wind farms being visible at all, possibly creeping into the extreme right-hand side. But again, they're a further 10 kilometres away, so they're off the centre from this gun sight view. So I just wanted to draw attention to that. And similarly, if you're coming down the hill, as you get closer and you get lower, the turbines will become increasingly skyline features and more prominent.
So I've got a couple of points, but I think Ms. Bowman. Just
adding to that, so I'm just looking at the photograph that I took when I was up there. Yes, I'd agree. If I was making a composition of a painting, and I was drawing my eyes around, you draw your eyes around a painting, I would use that loch to take my eye to the area that the wind farm's in. It's as you say, it's a pointing. But you're close enough here to see the wind farm in the ground that it's sitting in. You'd clearly also see the access tracks, some of the other associated development. You'd see the laydown areas, which would contribute to the impact. And interestingly, from this angle, you see the shape of the hill of Ochiltree and the form of the site. You're not looking at it in plan from this location.
Thanks. I definitely need to go there.
Thank you, sir. So just a couple of observations, really. Georeferencing, so the Merrick, we know where that is in respect of the wildland. Viewpoint 12 is pretty central within the centre of the wildland area. The point I would make about the Buchan Hill is that when you look at the boundary of the wildland area, it is right on the boundary. It's on the fence line. And it is the point where there is a return and a kink in the boundary to the wildland area. So it's on that corner that you can pinpoint where the Buchan Hill is. You can also see that on the ZTV. So the point I was going to make is everything in front of that view is actually out with the wildland area. So that's the far distance, the middle distance, and the foreground is all out with. It's not a, I accept it's a wildland view, but I'm saying it's right on the boundary, and everything you're looking at in the context of that view is out with.
But we're still, well, I appreciate that's relevant to wildland qualities, but in terms of visual effect on a visual receptor here, then clearly it doesn't matter that what's in front isn't wild. It's as Mr. Cass will say, you know, one of the best views in this part of the world.
And the point is, I think it falls into that group back to the document where it was talking about the wildland, sorry, the Merrick Hill and other hills where there is visibility of wind farm development, and that would be one such location, one hill, I would agree. So, yes. And the georeferencing, the photograph we've just been shown, tying that in with the wireline, if you take out the immediate foreground of the photograph, you'll see how the wireline then picks up the georeferences with the middle distance in the wireline view. So those are the points. Thank you.
Okay, last couple of points on my agenda 21-22. Quick question about the small size of the wildland area. We've talked about the 18% versus the 82% potential visibility. But I think Ms. Bowman says being so small actually increases the potential for a greater proportional harm from this, and it also highlights the fact that in this part of the world, land with wild qualities is in very short supply, which I think increases, you say, the importance of hanging on to what we've got. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, just on the point about the size of the wildland area? We're 21, sorry. Whether the small size of the wildland area is a significant consideration, I think you're saying it is relevant, and it's a factor that supports your argument, because its very smallness means that the possibility of it being harmed could, in fact, the proportion of it being harmed could be greater.
No, I don't have anything to add to that. Thanks.
And Mr. Morton, I know my quote from you was being small permits the effects of the development to sort of permeate right into the heart. Did you want to add anything onto that?
No, I agree with Ms. Bowman's position on this. Yes, I think that obviously being small, it allows further penetration into the interior.
I'll come back. Well, we'll do this. Yeah, we'll do it in two stages, because I tend to pile loads of questions on you at the same time. We'll do it one by one. So just on the small size, what do you say to that?
Yes. So what I would say is that clearly the size is the size, but I think what is clear in the documentation, the citation on the wildland area, is that it clearly differentiates between the higher upland and outer facing areas and the lower lying interior. And I've given you all the references, but my reading of that document is the greatest sense of perceptual qualities is in the lower lying area, and it's those areas which are least affected by the proposal, and where the proposal would have a bearing upon the indirect and visual effects. It's in the context of the baseline, which is characterised by wind farm surrounding area, and that inner or immediate landscape and visual setting of the forest park. So those are the main points, but the other thing is, I think what we've not mentioned is that, it's an obvious point to make, is that this sits out with at a distance of around about 10 kilometres, something in that order. I can't give you a more specific, the majority of the wildland area is sitting out at about 8-9 kilometres from the wind farm. There's no physical change to the character of the wildland area. We are purely talking about perceptual elements as they relate, and those can only be affected by a visual dimension, and therefore it's the degree of visibility that has a bearing upon that particular point. So that's more relevant to answer your question in terms of size. Does size matter? Size is what it is, but it's those elements which I think are the most critical element, not the size. It's those parameters.
Last question on, which is a very short point I had on 22, whether the applicant has minimised significant impacts on the qualities of the wildland area. A very short point. I think Ms Bowman's point, and we may have touched on it yesterday, was by being unfortunately aligned in views down Glentrool, the choice of a site here actually has the opposite effect of minimising. I'm quoting crudely, but I think that's your point. They haven't minimised, they've actually maximised the potential for effects.
Yes, effectively it's being framed, and it's also allowing the visual influence to bleed into the core of the mountain area.
And I think you said in your original advice report to the council, as suggestions for mitigation would be, why don't you move it further away from the edge of the LCT 174, although admittedly if you just move it back you'd still get the gun sight effect down Glentrool as you see it. I wonder if there's any way of avoiding getting that effect. If you were to put anything, you know, if given that the view is down looking straight at the plateau, whether that mitigation would in fact, it would make them smaller if they were further back, or if the turbines were reduced, but you wouldn't actually reduce that framing effect from, certainly from Buchan Hill anyway.
I guess it would be a question of degree. The further back it got, the more it would recede. The other issue is that it's side up. It's a linear alignment of turbines, and it's side on, which increases its visibility.
Yeah, if I just do the last point first. So Ms Bowman was referring to looking at side on. I've just got a viewpoint 12 in front of me, if that's of help for you. I'm looking at the wireline actually, the panoramic view and the wireline, so the first image, because it's got the numbers and the view. But the point I was going to make is that mitigation has come into play here. If you look at the configuration, it reads pretty much as a simple linear line, and it couldn't have, you know, too much of a more simple pattern. But what's quite interesting is if you read the numbers across the horizon, 1 to 13 to the right, it's almost in sequence from south to north, reflecting the configuration of the turbines. And the turbines that were removed from the red line area, the 5 were at the north, so they would be to the right, to the east of 13, or to the right of this photograph. So you can see how, by taking out the 5 of the northern part of the site, it's reduced the lateral extent. And that I think is quite significant, because it is side on. And so you have the maximum benefit of that mitigation by taking out the 5 side on. That makes quite a difference, I think, in terms of having a material effect in mitigation terms.
Ms Bowman.
I mean, you could have started off with a massive array. You know, it's the end design that is important here.
But you've got to look at the design evolution, and the design evolution is embedded mitigation. It's part and parcel.
Okay, 1 o'clock. We still got RSA effects, which I didn't have a massive number of questions on. Nighttime effects, where I unfortunately had a few more questions. They're more kind of, for my own education, technical questions about the effectiveness of the vertical constraints of light spread and things like that, and the relative heights of receptors and but there's still a fair few questions, I must admit. And then cumulative effects, I don't think I had very much at all. He says, just double check. Yeah, no, very little, to be honest. So, yeah, we've still got a fair bit to do. People will need to eat as well. Dr. Ford, I said I'd come back at 1 o'clock to see how we're getting on. We've got, I mean, we need to eat something, and then we need probably at least an hour, I think. So, how does that? I don't know if you've told anyone or given anyone an indication of what we're doing and when we're doing it.
Things will start happening at 2 o'clock, basically, so somebody will come here, basically, to go here. So actually, that should all work on the basis that we can communicate 3 o'clock would do or something.
We'll take a break now, and we'll make it what we're now. 2 o'clock, come back, get 56 minutes, and we'll try and bash it out in an hour. I don't want to rush anyone. You know, this is the chance for people to tell me things. I don't want to give the impression that I'm rushing you at all, because it's also critical that I get answers to the questions I think I need answering. So if we run on beyond the time, we run on beyond the time. So be it. But you know, I don't want to massively inconvenience people either. So if we can get cracking at 2 o'clock sharp, then we'll try and get out.
Just going to ask a question, that is, if they are technical matters that you're interested in but aren't necessarily probative, are they available in writing? Would it be sensible to try and save some time and so we can answer in text?
Particularly if there were more technical questions that you had for the aviation as well, sir. Just
I suspect they won't be beyond your technical abilities. They may be beyond mine, which is why I'm asking them, but
yeah.
They're not very techy for your...
What I was getting at was that if they're things that aren't necessarily going to take matters on very far by listening to lots of people's views, then we could save a bit of time by dealing with technical matters in that way. That's just a suggestion.
Bear with me for a second, I'll just see what I've got. There are certainly some that I think are just points of clarification for my own education, if you like, some of which may inform some of the more subjective discussion of effects. So I think I'll try and whittle down the questions that don't necessarily need to be answered, but I may still need to answer some of a more technical nature just because it might help the discussion. If, for example, I'm thinking of nighttime effects on very near residential receptors, and the question might, as it's been put in the technical evidence, is the effectiveness of the visual or the reduced lumens when you get very much below the horizontal is such that that will significantly affect or significantly reduce the likelihood of there being significant effects on residents who are very close. So that kind of, I'll whittle it down, but I may need to cover some technical points just to set the context for the subject.
That feels like a question that ought to be discussed. I mean, there's a technical basis to it, but it isn't a scientific question, if you like. Right.
I'll see what we can
separate those out. If it's purely technical and a matter of clarification for you, then I'd suggest in writing. But if it's more evaluative like that one, then obviously I think we need to hear that this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for being so prompt. So, going on to effects on the RSA, daytime effects, and I don't have a huge number of questions on this. The first point on the agenda, I think, is 23, the extent of the regional scenic area where significant effects are likely, and the my interest in that question is to whether we think the effects on the regional scenic area are so extensive or so significant that they would significantly affect the integrity of the RSA as opposed to merely affecting its qualities. The Council's first reason for objection, or objection 1A, refers to the RSA. It says the wind farm would significantly affect Galloway Hills RSA. Ms Bowman, I think I'm right in saying, accepts, the quote I have from you is, development would affect a relatively small part of the RSA when considered as a whole within Dumfries and Galloway. I think that's what you said. So, those two factors and the fact that none of the reasons for objecting from the Council refer to integrity explicitly, I'm interpreting the objection from the Council as the development causing harm to the qualities of the RSA, but not going so far as to significantly affect the integrity of the RSA. Is that a correct interpretation, Ms Bowman?
Yes, I'd say so.
Does anyone disagree and thinks that the effects on the regional scenic area are so significant that the integrity would be significantly affected?
Whilst the integrity of the, I agree that the integrity of the whole RSA area as an entity in itself, the integrity wouldn't be affected, but significantly the integrity of the western fringe of the RSA, I think, would be.
We'll come to the effects on the bits where you can see it from very shortly. Thank you.
Just a qualification from my perspective, sir. Reading 1A objection, the reference to the Galloway Hills RSA, it's with regard to the visual amenity element, and it's not a alleged harm to the character, as I read that in its context. So it is an indirect visual alleged harm.
I mean, this is the point we covered yesterday. With GLP, in a traditional landscape visual impact assessment, designations, landscape character come under the landscape resource, effects on a landscape resource, and not effects on visual amenity. So I disagree with that point.
I hear what you say. I can see the sentence that I picked out, the wind farm would significantly affect Galloway Hills RSA, could be read in the context of the locations where visual effects are experienced are within the Galloway Hills RSA, because it is talking about visual effects at that point. But I can also take your point that it was intended to refer to effects on the RSA as a thing, as a... so I have both your interpretations of that. I don't think I can go any further than that.
Yes, except reading the paragraph is that the harm then translates into the fact that it would affect the recreational experience of visitors within the Galloway Forest Park. So it's about the visual aspect. You've got my point on that.
Just a flag, sir, really. Obviously, we're talking about the RSAs in Dumfries and Galloway, but the overhead line obviously affects and is substantially within the South Ayrshire RSA.
Okay, so I wanted to look at specific locations, which is point 24, the first one being viewpoint 9, Bruce's Stone. Which is document 243. We've looked at it a few times. Object now describes this as one of the RSA's most important receptors. Council's sensitivity study that we've also mentioned a few times before comments that within the Glenvernoch area, open views are rare but important. And I think on page 15 of the applicant's viewpoint analysis, this receptor is given high sensitivity. I know Mr. Morton thinks it should be very high, which I almost said, but
so it's not that I do consider it very high, but I think if you apply the applicant's assessment criteria, if you apply the criteria description of very high sensitivity, and I could read it out, every single one of the criteria applies to this particular viewpoint.
in terms of the experience of the RSA, this is clearly an important view, but from Bruce's Stone there are also other very attractive views in other directions, and as you experience this part of the regional scenic area, wandering around, wandering up the valley, etc., this is but one of the things that feeds into your enjoyment of the regional scenic area. Do you think, Ms. Bowman, that this is a particularly important contributor to your enjoyment when you're in this part of the RSA?
It's very important. It's listed as a specific viewpoint to visit in the Galloway Forest Park. It's easily accessible by road. It's adjacent to Bruce's Stone, which is well known. And although you can look in other directions from this viewpoint, the obvious direction to look is along the loch. It draws your eye. And the composition of it is particularly attractive with the reflections in the water, the composition of the trees, nearby oaks and distant hills.
Is this, I'm assuming from the geography, this would be a good location for sunset, looking down the valley. Is that, when I was there, I was very aware of the large number of camper vans and things in the car park. Now, I don't know, and you might know the answer to this, or somebody might know, as to whether it's permitted to have overnight stays there, but whether it is or not, I don't know if you have experience of this or not. Is this a location where people would go to observe the sunset?
I've been there a couple of times. I've not actually been there at sunset, but I have been along that road quite late in the evening, and there are still people around. Obviously, it's within the Dark Skies Park, so that'll attract people at night time. And yes, I imagine this would be a popular photograph to take in an attractive sunset.
Yes, Mr. Twain.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to add that it's an iconic location, obviously, because of the connotations with Scottish history and Robert the Bruce. If you'll maybe recall in my submission to the hearing, I put in 2 postcards that are very similar views. They're actually very similar to what we were looking at from Buckenhill as well. One's from 1906 and one's from 1912. The one from 1906 says, Glen Trool, Newton Stewart, universally acknowledged to take supreme rank among the Highland scenes of South Scotland. It's been a classic view for a very long time, and I think that gives it some incredible weight as well. Now, I think you would be able to see the turbines from this classic view that I show in the postcards. And obviously, it is very popular because, as the lady said, you can visit by car, so you get a sense of arrival again. And a lot of people don't perhaps walk the merit, they actually just walk the forest paths and don't get very far, but they will make Bruce's Stone and they will see this classic view. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Just to while the microphone's on, just to assist you, sir, in the question. our house is a quarter of a mile down the hill from Bruce's Stone, so we obviously know it very well. Relevant to your question, though, we also know how it's used and levels of popularity and time of day and time of year and so on. I think it's probably unlikely that many people would drive to Bruce's Stone specifically to see the sunset. The context is not like an open view over sea or whatever, or a high point even. So I think that's, in terms of, I mean, having said that, the sunset is obviously very beautiful when seen from there. And as we've said, also for dark sky, it's a very good position for that. The only point I just wanted to make in terms of relative importance and context in relation to the Glenvernoch site, at the moment, standing at Bruce's Stone or the immediate area around it, I wouldn't say you can't ever see any turbines, but they don't figure in the land. Most people who visited Bruce's Stone would not have noticed they'd seen wind turbines. If you look very carefully in good visibility around to the right, you can just see the new Kilgarioch extension turbines. And at night, they're very prominent. But in the day, I think, so effectively a key part of the attraction of this view, as we've just heard, is its naturalness and its sense of history. And the turbines would clearly seriously disturb that, even though they're only partially visible within the view. Thank you.
Just a few points to add in relation to this particular viewpoint. The first is we've discussed that the acknowledged high sensitivity by the applicant, and the applicant has also assessed a medium magnitude, yet the effects are moderate and not significant. It's clear in this instance that the effects are significant. I know that we're not talking about this at this juncture, but I'd like to also point out that in terms of the nighttime view, the applicant has assessed this as very low. And very low, according to their definitions, are no change or negligible change in view. This is a channeled view. Turbine 13 is right in the centre of it, and that will be a lit turbine. I think that would become a focal point in the view at night time. And what I would say is that change cannot be described as a no change scenario or a negligible change scenario.
Come back obviously to nighttime effects shortly, so maybe don't respond to that one, just so you have it bear in mind. Anything else on Bruce's Stone?
Yes, if I may just respond with regard to a couple of aspects, if I may. Just bear with me. I think there was a misunderstanding or characterisation in terms of what was assessed in terms of viewpoint 9, and you've got the documentation in the LVIA, but the magnitude of change was identified. It's set out there, so you've got that. So magnitude of change is medium. The point I was going to make is that this particular viewpoint, and you've been there, so you'll know this, is what I noticed was, and I've visited Bruce's Stone several times now, is that people park up and they'll walk there and they go to the stone, and there's it has like a honeypot effect. People are immediately around that. But at that location, as you're appreciating the prospect close to the monument, you don't gain this view. You've actually, the shrubbery that you see on the right-hand side of this view actually blocks your line of sight. So from the close and in the immediate vicinity of the monument, this line of sight is actually interrupted and screened by that tree covering shrubbery that you see on the right. And you may notice that. So you actually have to go right to the edge of what I'm going to describe as it's not quite a cliff, but a plateau, that broad area. But you've got to go right to the edge and then look right to actually get this view. Now, it's right that we've included it, but what I'm saying is the actual general representative view from the stone is somewhat different because there's a much more of a screening effect. than what you get here. The other thing I would note is, and I parked myself on a bit of the grassy, tusky bank just to observe people's behaviour. And it was interesting because where you are, you've got a terrific view looking across the loch, directly across, because you've got the loch in front of you, and also heading up valley into the wild land. And actually, most people's gaze was actually facing, the orientation was towards the wild land and the ruggedness, and seeing the loch against the ruggedness. That's not to say that this view doesn't exist, clearly it does, but there seemed to be a propensity for people to focus more towards the ruggedness and the lake seen against that rugged landscape. And in some respects is more dramatic. So it's a context point, is what I'm making. And of course, clearly that view directly across the valley, or looking up the head of the valley and over your shoulder towards the Merrick direction, would be visually unaffected by the proposal. So it's not a 360-degree view there, it's more a 270-degree arc of view that you appreciate from there. So it's a bit of context.
Just a quick point. You can see from how worn the vegetation is, right down at where the viewpoint is, how popular it is. It's obviously well trafficked. And also, just looking at the citation for the RSA, you could say that it potentially affects, in paragraph 3, the interesting juxtaposition of contrasting upland, valley, and it says here coastal landscapes, but you've got contrasting upland and valley here.
The valley is in a 180-degree arc of view.
On that point of looking the other way up towards the higher hills rather than out of the wildland, you accept the point that there is a very attractive view going the other way, and that some people may find that to provide a more interesting, valuable contrast between the loch and the valley and the higher ground, rather than this view looking outwards.
Sorry, it was already on. Yes, I'd agree that would be an attractive view, and I imagine people are looking at the full view.
Mr. Morgan.
Just in relation to the vegetation, this is a highly channeled view. The vegetation channels the view and channels the focus to the turbines in the middle of the view. And in it, yes, there is a good view in the other direction, but the way the water actually sweeps in this direction and the way the landform actually intersects, and you've got the view out to an open lower land vista, I think that people tend to actually look in that direction. That's not to say that they don't look in the other direction, but the eye is actually, I think, drawn to this view rather than up the valley.
Can we move to viewpoint 13, please, Glenvernoch Hill, document 2.28. I just had a quick question here on magnitude of change. So we are just over 9 kilometres away, pretty high up, 716 metres. So we're out of the wildland area. I think this is one of the locations that Mr. Cass was saying, although we're not in the wildland area technically, we are in a more wild area. And obviously we're within the regional scenic area. Applicants predicting a medium magnitude of change. The quote I have is, turbines would not appear overly prominent in part due to their greater association with the more distant lower-lying landscapes rather than the mountainous foreground landscape, we have talked about that point in other contexts as well. I just wanted to get your views on that in terms of whether that materially lessens the effect on the RSA experience at this point, us Mr. Morton, well, I don't know who wants to go first. Mr. Morton, you were waving your hand slightly.
Sorry, sir, I'm always waving my hands, so I appreciate it. All I would say is, one of the things is, this is medium magnitude, and if you compare it to the view from Bruce's Stone, which is more obscure, and there are fewer turbines in the view, then surely there's an argument that this is actually, and it's actually even further in the foreground, that this should be higher magnitude than that considered at Bruce's Stone. I personally think it should be. It's more medium-high in my opinion. But even by the applicant's own sort of assessment, there is a notable difference between these two, the prominence of the turbines between Lamachan and Bruce's Stone. Again,
Just for clarity, I think I'm right in saying there's a 360 panorama here. This is one of the attractive views you have. You've got a choice of perhaps even better views if you look the other way.
Yes, I appreciate that point, but that point also applies for Bruce's Stone. So if you apply that principle to Bruce's Stone and understand that, but you still accept a medium magnitude, then that principle applies here. That's a greater impact on the view. So I would say that was above medium.
I'll come to Mr. Cass first, and I'll come back to the council.
Just on that last point, sir, I'd be very cautious about rating the impact of a particular angle of view when you have a panoramic view from a mountain top. I think fundamental to the experience of that is that you have a 360-degree view, or even in Bruce's Stone case, say a 180-degree view below you. I think people naturally get drawn to a prominent position with a drop below it, and they will then take in the view, depending on what's available to look at, without going back to the Bruce's Stone. So I think that the fact that the turbines are only in one direction is pretty well, it's clearly material in a physics sense, but in terms of perception and impact on people's experience, I think it's not a relevant consideration. Any view, the turbines would be relatively close and very high, and in my view, their impact would be considerable. In answer to your question about the nature of the sort of visual connection in relation to turbines and Moorland and beyond, it's one of the things that's quite striking about this part of the RSA is that the Lamachan range forms a sort of a collection, it's a massif, if you like, with skirts that fall down in all directions. And looking sort of west towards the wind farm site, you've got a composition of secondary summits, valleys, and then gradually descending foothills, most of which are wooded, some of which is coniferous and others is oak wood. And the Glenvernoch wind farm site actually acts as a sort of buffer stop when you get to the Cree Valley, which is quite clear when you look down from, you can see the Cree Valley as with the oak woodlands and the linear nature of the valley, and the Glenvernoch site acts as a bookend to that. The slope is facing you, and it will give extra prominence to the turbines. So I think their impact and the effect on the view would be very considerable in this direction. And that applies, of course, equally to the secondary summits that, rather than go through them all one by one, I'd be very happy if you to group them. So.
I have been up this hill, although I must admit the weather came down when I got to the top. The obvious way to get to this is from the cycle route footpath to the north. So you tend to approach it from the north, so that when as you summit it, you'll have already seen the view that's behind you. You'll be interested in the view that's ahead of you, which is actually this view. And in addition, you've got, as Mr. Cass pointed out, the ridgeline of is it Larg, which channels the view and is also of interest and draws your eye. Again, the wind farm is seen in its full extent at this location. It affects a large extent of this 53-degree view. I certainly assessed it as a high magnitude of change. You've got quite a strong sense of remoteness at the top of this hill, given its fairly difficult access, and the wind farm certainly would impact on that. And last point, this photograph doesn't show it, but you'd be looking out across to the sea on a good day, and I think that would draw your eye as well.
So if I may come back on some of those points, if I may. First of all, the hill is rounded and no vegetation on the top, so it was a bit of a schlep to get up there, but I took the same view as Miss Bowman and got to the top panting. But what I would say is that once you do, you use the phrase summit, but once you do get to the top, you obviously take in the vista, and that is, this opportunity, a 360-degree arc of view. I don't think that can be dismissed because all the guidance makes it clear that everything is about a sequential viewing experience. And if you recall back to the conversations we had yesterday about roadside views, where the direction is channeled along the direction of the road, but there's a view off in the 90 degrees angle off to one side. So it is absolutely right and proper to be mindful of the direction of view, but in the context of the wider viewing context, which here is 360 degrees. The next point to note is that this is very clearly an example of being in this location and the turbines being located in the plateau moorland landscape that you can see here and the array of wind farms that you can see in the wireline there. So it will be visible in the context of the plateau landscape where the wind energy development is observed. So it's not materially changing the visual envelope that you see there. The other point is at the distance that this is seen. This is noted as being located beyond the forest foothills and in the plateau at a distance of 9 kilometres. The author has ranked this as being a moderate degree of change, and just mindful of benchmarking, if you're in a high magnitude of change for this, and you can think of some of the other viewpoints that we've gone to over the last 2 days, for example in the Cree Valley, there's a substantive difference between this and that, and to put this into a high category in terms of benchmarking, to me, this is falling into the moderate magnitude of change, but it's recognised as being a significant effect. So those are the main points that I really wanted to make. And the other thing is it's backcloth, so it sits below the horizon. It's a simple arrangement of turbines against a simple backcloth of the landscape, not against the horizon, not skylining.
I didn't want to necessarily talk about Garlic Hill specifically, not because it's not important, but it's another hilltop, about 7 kilometres away, so slightly closer, a fair bit lower. I haven't been to this one either. This looks like to get to it, you have to go through trees for most of the way up, and then it emerges this kind of dome on the top. Unless anyone has something desperate they want to say about this, given the time, I was planning to move on, but I am going to go to this one as well.
I believe that Garlic Hill is obviously Newton Stewart is promoted as a sort of a hub for walkers in the area. It has the Newton Stewart Walking Festival, and I believe that there are guided tours for that festival, and there are guided tours up Garlic Hill, just so I'd point that out to you.
So just an observation, if you're planning to go to it, I approached it from the forest access tracks to the east, and then came up what I thought was through a forest ride. But actually quite a lot of that on the eastern flank has been felled now. So just an observation, it's extremely difficult to get across the feld because it is pretty challenging to get across that. I'm going to describe it as chopped, but it's challenging to get to the top across that recently felled forestation, forest plantation.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. That had
If
been
you
my,
approach from the
my
east.
plan. Looks like there might be there's another forest track that goes the other side. So I don't know whether that side's been
But
felled as well.
the eastern haunch, the eastern and southern haunches have been clear felled, so it's a challenge. It took me the best part of the day to get up and down that. So that's just a bit of recent knowledge, not local knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Yeah, thank you. I'd agree. It's difficult to break through the forest and then it's broken ground, but it's well worth it. And I'll just emphasise what I said before earlier in the hearing, that you get the full range of the Minigaff Hills in view, which is stunning, and obviously behind there's going to be the range of the Awful Hand. It is a beautiful area, and you've got Larg and Lammerkin in front of you and Curly Wee, so it is beautiful, well worth visiting. Thank you.
Just briefly, I think this is a good example where the assessment should have been a medium-high magnitude.
Okay, viewpoint 18. I wasn't planning to talk about this just because we have already talked about it. This is the Moor of Barclay in the archaeologically sensitive area. There was a point made yesterday, I think, about the position of the visualisation wasn't optimal and that there are other locations up there where it could have been more clearly viewed, so I wasn't planning on going back there again. And then we've got some wire lines. The first one was Corsering, which is wire line D. I don't think I had much to ask about that unless anyone else does. No? And I did want to ask about Glenvernoch Village, which was the additional wire line requested by the Planning Authority, which was again in the appendix to Mr. Cook's statement, document 8.1a. And I think it's wire line, it's on page 6, I think.
Yes, that would. Sorry, I was going to say, sir, if you haven't been, I'm sure that's on your itinerary. All I would note is the degree of forest in that area, in terms of being able to appreciate views in that locality. Clearly, you've got viewpoint 5 in terms of Glenvernoch Village. But what I would note is just what you can observe from the environs of that location. It's heavily treed.
Yeah, that was kind of my question, and it was related to something that both Ms. Bowman said and I think Mr. Cass. Ms. Bowman said it's likely that the upper parts of some of the wind turbines would be visible from the north side of the village of Glenvernoch, which includes publicly accessible areas, including the grounds outside the hive. And Mr. Cass believes he'd experienced views of the site from the path up to White Cairn to the west of the village. So it's really, yes, I think everyone accepts Glenvernoch is surrounded by trees, but it sounds like there are some locations where you might be able to get a view. I'll come to Mr. Cass first.
Just very briefly, sir. Yes, as you say, the whole area has been forested, and some of those areas are in their second rotation, so they're relatively young trees, and once they break the eye line, they are very dense. But I think equally that means there are a lot more trees to come down, and I think it's sensible to take the view that anywhere which has softwood plantation on could be clear felled at some time in the future. So if we're looking at long-term effects, which clearly we are, the fact that it's heavily wooded and views are obstructed at the moment is not the end of the story. I think there needs to be a recognition that those trees may go. And there are views from there's quite an extensive footpath network in and around the route between the village itself and the chambered cairn. That's quite a well-trafficked area for people walking dogs and so on. And although it's a lot of it is enclosed, including around the cairn itself, you don't have to go very far to the south and west before you get open views right over the wind farm site, so it will be visible from there. I think from local people's point of view, I think of more concern is the area to the south to the east of the road running between Bargren and the village itself, there are some very extensive walks, footpaths in those woods, and they're very much regarded by the locals as sort of local paths, so they may not be particularly well known, and they have frequent open views across the wind farm site. Again, partly because of rotation of trees, and partly just because the topography and the nature of the vegetation. I hope that's helpful, sir.
I don't think Ms. Bowen to that.
Yes, because of the cloaking of the landform by trees, it's really difficult to match the wire line up, and I was wondering if it was worth getting a matched photograph to prove visibility, but
I'm not attracted by it just at the late stage of proceedings. I think what I do need to do is go and get a feel for the extent of woodland cover and the path network, etc., and get a feel for things, you know, for myself. It's good.
So, just a simple point. The area is very heavily wooded, and I accept there'll be conifer plantation rotation, but the point is if it's woodland, it'll probably remain woodland, albeit there'll be a transition to deciduous woodland. But it's highly unlikely that it will revert to anything else other than woodland land use in the future.
The next, in fact, the previous, on PDF page 5, so the wire line before refers to Marked Trail, Galloway Forest Park, which is about 5.6 kilometres away from the nearest turbine, east of Glenshall Village and the visitor centre. I know, Ms. Bowman, you were talking about a series of a network of tracks on the forest below the Riggerstone, I think it was. I just wondered whether this viewpoint was actually in the paths or on the road itself, looking at the, I know it's very small scale, but looking at the first page, the plan on the first page of the additional wire lines.
it's from the blue marked track. I think it's blue marked.
Well, Christian was, I was reading position 4 as being actually on the minor road rather than on any of the paths, but you contend it is on one of the blue trail. Right.
And it's representative of quite a few views that are just raised up high enough above the road and the trees to get extensive views. There are also views that are very similar that I noticed at the car park at the visitor centre. If you just walk up for 100 metres or so, you get some very clear views.
Just a context point, the actual opportunity to gain views, when you look at the totality of the area, is just very limited indeed, given it's so heavily treed, but you'll get the measure of that. So it puts it in perspective.
Then we talked about Kensmore Fleet yesterday. Mountaineering in Scotland are concerned about it. Ms. Bowen, I know you said you can satisfy significant effects are unlikely given the distance, and we kind of talked about people have different views. I know you have a different view. You can tell me a bit more briefly, as long as it's briefly.
Very brief. I just draw your attention to Blair Hill and the viewpoint from Blair Hill over towards Glenvernoch. Glenvernoch's shown in the wire line frames, so and you can clearly see it.
Yeah, the other point I had, we don't have a wireline or a visualisation for it, but we do have some photographs from Mr. Cass at the back of your statement. I think RC2 and RC3 relating to Wood of Cree. Object Now would raise the possibility or the omission of anything from within Wood of Cree in terms of potential visual effects, and looking at your photographs, the two of your photographs, Mr. Cass, it does appear there would be views. I was surprised. I thought it was fairly dense. I haven't that's another location I haven't been into, but it looks as though there's an observation hide looking northwards across the river, and there was another location from within the wood where you would in fact, if we could pull up your statement and look at RC2 and RC3.
Page 22, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate these aren't intended to be, scientific photographs or anything, just photographs, but they're still representative of what you can see from those locations. So I wonder if, Mr. Cass, you could explain just what we're looking at. We'll start with RC2, which is looking north from the lookout hide at Wood of Cree. How would I get to that position? I know there are some car parks serving Wood of Cree. I'm just trying to orientate where within is a very big wood. How would I find my way to there?
Yes, of course. If you look at the plan, just overleaf on page 20, I have indicated where the viewpoints are. But the back road from Minigaff up to Glentrool, which I talked about elsewhere in my statement, is an exceptional experience for those both local people and visitors to the area. And the Wood of Cree, I use that, clearly Wood of Cree is a pretty general term, but it is a specific term for this oak woodland, which is an RSPB nature reserve. So it is something of a minor visitor attraction. There's a notice board there and there's a decent car park, and it's a sort of key point along the experience of that road. So it is quite well visited, and it's also very popular with local people as well as visitors. The view RC2 is actually from an observing hide, and it's called Otter's Pool. It's actually looking over the Otter's Pool, which is the water that you can see. Now, the wind farm site is directly above the trees that form the horizon. Those trees actually form the boundary to the wind farm site. So those trees, I would estimate, are between 15 and 20 metres high, and they're obviously at low level. So the wind turbines will be visually extremely dominant in that view. Not just because of their height, but because of the nature of the turbines rotating, and also the stacking effect that you'll get a line of sight view pretty well along, I suspect, all of the turbines. So the stacking effect would be extreme. And I think you can see, I'm always very cautious about people trying to say that this photograph shows how beautiful it is, because you can do clever things with cameras and lighting and everything else, but this is it's a wide angle lens in order to give the context of the view, which in fact, if anything, depresses the relative height of the things in the distance. So it's not in any way trying to exaggerate or mislead, but I think anyone who has any kind of fondness for the open countryside and landscape, it's a stunning view. It's very beautiful indeed. Turning to RC3, it's the same car park. So once you find your way to the car park, the RC2 is 150 metres or so, just very easy to find. You can't miss it. The view RC3 is actually a formal lookout point. If you look at the Ordnance Survey plan, there is actually a lookout point marked on this point. At least there was on the version of it I was looking at. And you can go across the road from the car park. Let's bring the survey plan up. No, a correction. It's not shown as a viewpoint, but you've got there's a boot showing walking trails. I'm not mistaken. Where are we? Wood of Cree. There we go. Yeah, there's a bird symbol showing the nature reserve. The words Wood of Cree. In fact, pretty well where the bird is where the lookout point is. If you cross the road, go up into the Wood of Cree itself, and then follow the path round up and then to the left, it's probably no more than 10 minutes, and it's a very attractive walk, not particularly difficult going. It can get a bit muddy, but there's the waterfall they refer to there is a spectacular waterfall and a destination in its own right. and people clamber up and down the edge of the waterfall between the viewpoint and the road itself. So I'm sure you'll find your way around. And as you can see from my view RC3, even though you've got dense oak woodland there, and I was expecting not to be able to see it. I went there again the other day. This photograph was taken in early May. I went there a couple of days ago, and it's still very prominent. And I think the reason for that is you've got, it's just under 100-year-old oak woodland, and because it's been grown as dense woodland, the side branches have all been lost, so that you've still got clear view through the under canopy rather than the top canopy. And I think the whole of the horizon that you see in that photograph, I think there are probably some trees in the background, that sort of the edge of the softwood forest, but once below the sky from that whole area of land, of moor, is the wind farm site. So the wind farm, I would argue, the impact will be extreme from this position. Now, I wouldn't want to pretend that it's going to be equally visible from other parts, but I just draw your attention to that because it is a viewpoint and it is in a very high value and very popular area. Thank you.
I'll keep my response brief to that. What was interesting is that virtually all of those sentences had reference to trees and woodland. I would urge you to go and have a look at that, and I'm not suggesting that there isn't a view from there. There may well be. The LVIA has to be proportional, and it wasn't a request from any of the consultees to undertake a viewpoint from there. But what I would know is I would urge you to go there. But it's, from my experience, it's just a very heavily wooded environment, and so you would see the proposed wind farm in that wooded context where views allow.
Sorry, I'll keep it brief. Just regarding the viewpoint that I gave you earlier on Mill Hill, that is, I think it's particularly important because it shows the relationship between the hills and the adjacent lowlands and gives rise to sweeping dramatic views of the hills as set out in the citation. Scenic juxtaposition of the Cree Valley and the sloping hills to the right are really clearly apparent from that low hill, which is just to the south of the area that we've just been talking about. The wind farm's obviously not within the Cree Valley, but it has a clear relationship with the shallow valley landform and affects that.
Could I just briefly add to that? Very briefly, I agree with everything that Ms Bowman said. I'd just like to point out that this is a very popular spot for walkers. There's an interpretation board there, and there are plenty of visitors to that particular viewpoint.
Can we move on to nighttime effects, where my list of questions is somewhat shorter than it was before, because some of them were just technical things which I can ask, and almost certainly will ask in writing subsequently. But I really wanted just to get my head around the effects of vertical directional intensity mitigation, which is obviously proposed to be employed on this particular wind farm, and the implications of that for the likely nighttime effects at various different locations, both further away and closer to, and higher up and lower down. I just had a very quick question for Mr. Cook, referring to Ms. Bowman's 2025 advice report to the Council, which is document 13.3. She makes some just sort of factual, in fact you don't need to pull it up because I can read it to you, some factual statements. Car brake lights, typically 85 candela, can be visible at distances of 5 to 6 kilometres. Aviation warning light seen at 200 candela at 10 kilometres would appear similar to a car brake light at 6.3 kilometres in clear weather. When observed in dark, clear conditions, a 2000 candela light can be clearly visible at distances of 30 kilometres, and 200 candela light can be clearly seen at 10 kilometres. Just do you accept that general assessment is in the right kind of ballpark.
Yes, so the SNH guidance that came, sorry, Nature Scott guidance that came out regarding aviation lighting, the similar sort of parameters are set out in that document. What I would say is, with those figures in mind, is where you're going to potentially be able to appreciate. So the short answer is yes, I agree with those. They're good benchmarks. So I can just elaborate a little bit more if I may, because they're useful benchmarks. So the first thing is that if you're looking at the proposal from elevated views, say the wildland area, and we know the viewpoints, and we're looking down onto the plateau, we know that, first of all, the wind farm and the lighting of the nacelles is limited to 6. We also know that there's steady state illumination. We also know that the illumination at the nacelles is 360-degree arc of view on the top of the nacelle. We also appreciate that the prevailing winds are generally southwesterlies, so that the turbine's going to be facing towards that. So effectively the flicker of the light with the blade turning round is going to be facing southwestward. So that means that the back face of the turbine, if you like, is going to have a steady state light, and that's facing towards the higher ground and the elevated views. That's the first thing, steady state, not a flicker effect as a consequence of the turbine rotating. The next point is, at those sort of distances, elevation and looking down on the plateau, because the plateau areas have areas of openness with roads, you would see those turbines backclothed against the landscape and motor vehicle lights moving across that landscape. So it's not like they're going to be backclothed against the sky. They would be seen against the landscape where there is road and traffic and a few residential properties with lighting associated with them. So they're not going to be seen in isolation. They're going to be backclothed. But those distances at which you would see brake lights and certainly car headlights are several thousand candelas, so they would appear much brighter. The final point is on those elevated views, because they're elevated views and they're positive angles above the horizontal, the lighting intensity can be reduced. So 200 candela on visibility, let's assume it's good visibility out to those distances, at over 5 kilometres on the clear visibility are going to be reduced down to 200, 10% of the maximum. Because they're elevated views above the horizontal, there will be a further reduction in terms of intensity of the candelas, and that could be reduced as much as down to about 20 candelas. And at those sort of distances, it's considered that would not be materially harmful. So hopefully that's just giving you a little bit of context, because those those distance parameters are quite helpful in that distant view context.
No, that is helpful. I've got a few questions which kind of touch on that, and I know Ms Bowman doesn't necessarily accept that 200 candela is the worst case scenario, and I want to deal with that point. And I'm also going to ask some questions about the effect of the mitigation, this limited arc when you get the full effect, and below and above that reduced. But I'll come back to those. Just if you've got a general point rather than a point of detail, because I suspect we might be coming on to the points of detail very shortly.
No, it's just regarding the effectiveness of directional lighting. Okay, but the broader point, which I wanted to raise first, was the question about the dimming to 10%. So the EIA report assumes clear conditions with 200 candela, which is what's depicted, I think, in the visualizations, is worst case. And the quote I took from the EIA report is, if visibility were less than that and the lights were therefore at full brightness, 2000 candela, these poor conditions would of themselves be such to restrict the visibility of the lighting to no more than the 200 candela that's seen in clear conditions. Ms Bowman's point was you could have clear
conditions in one direction but poor visibility in another direction. And as I understand the CAA dispensation, it's where meteorological visibility is greater than 5 kilometres in all directions. So visibility in just one direction was less than 5 kilometres. It would seem the lights would have to be at full intensity. And I noticed in Nature Scott's guidance, Appendix 3, it seemed to confirm that. The guidance says, in infrequent circumstances, nacelle lights may still be perceived at close to 2000 candela intensity, even when automatic dimming mitigation is included. As noted, this may occur where, for example, the view is close to a turbine light in poor weather conditions, or where patchy cloud on the far side of a wind farm results in 2000 candela intensity lighting remaining at full intensity and visible from the near side. So, as I understand Ms. Bowman's argument, and as I think Nature Scott appears to agree with, it is possible, Nature Scott says infrequently, but it is possible that the sensors that look out from the nacelle in all directions, if they were to encounter poor visibility in one direction, that wouldn't trigger the reduction down to 200 candela. And if you happen to be in the other direction where you have perfectly clear visibility of the lights, you'll get the full effect of 2000, in which case is the 200 assumption in clear weather actually a worst case scenario? Could it be 10 times worse?
If you were looking at viewpoints perhaps in the plateau, that might apply. But what my experience is of knowing this area and being familiar with it in terms of my work is that whenever there is any inclemency in terms of the weather, then it tends to hang around the higher ground. So if you're going to get a scenario where you've got clear patches and you've got cloudy patches, for want of a better phrase, it is certainly far more likely that you're going to get the cloud hanging over the high ground and the Merrick and the hills, Galloway Hills, and you'll get clear skies across the plateau. Indeed, that is my experience when I went up the Merrick the first time. So that is a more likely scenario simply because of topographic and the way orographic rainfall works. So there is more likely to be cloudiness, in which case that 2000 candela would be reduced anyway significantly. So I think the 200 candela is not unreasonable, certainly from the high ground elevated views over the hills.
I think there's one point, and I think Ms. Bowman's kind of agreeing with you, that higher ground is more likely to attract low cloud and rain and poorer visibility. Obviously the ground gets significantly higher as you go west when you actually get to the Galloway Hills, and I think she suggested a possibility that it could still be clear at the turbines, but very cloudy further to the west, further to the east, sorry, when you get to the Galloway Hills, such that if you were viewing it from the south or the west, so if you were on the plateau, on the Southern Upland Way, you might actually still get the 2000 candela effect, even though on your side, yes, you're on the plateau, but you're not on the very high ground. In conditions, and who knows how frequently those conditions would be, but by your logic, I think the higher ground attracting poorer visibility might mean if you were on the lower ground, still on the plateau, but lower, and you were to the west of the machines, you might actually get the full effect of 2000 candela, even though your side of the wind farm was clear, in which case you would see it at 10 times the brightness. Is that an accurate summary of what you were fearing?
Yes, I'd say so. I mean, the southwesterlies bring weather from the southwest, and orographic rainfall and cloud will occur west of the wind farm as well as the ground rises. So fronts could be coming in from the west and with clear areas in the east.
Maybe overstating it. If you've got a front coming in from the southwest, it might be unusual if it didn't impair visibility to the west of the wind farm. Would it be unusual if it passed over the wind farm and just, caused visibility problems further to the east, i.e. over the really high Merrick range? I'm perhaps overstating your argument to say that on the plateau, further to the west, it would actually be clear. Am I being unfair to Mr. Cook there?
Well, obviously, there are all sorts of scenarios with weather conditions, but you know, as Mr Cook says, often the cloud sits over the mountains, so they are the most likely areas to experience cloud.
So I was going to come back to you in terms of a response regarding views from the surrounding plateau. So I did a very quick calculation. So significant views on the plateau area really extend out to around about 6 kilometres, and we've discussed that already. So if you draw a 6 kilometre radius around the wind farm, it's extraordinary just how much forest plantation there is within that area. It's upwards of about 75% of the area. As you can see, it's pretty much circled. You can look at any of the OS maps, but it's pretty much enveloped by coniferous plantation, accepting it's on a rotation basis. The point I was going to make is that where you've got various footpaths, trails, routes within that zone, which is broadly within low-lying land, the vast majority of those opportunities in terms of sequential viewing experience to be able to observe the wind turbines in the evening, dusk, and at night will be quite limited because of the degree of forest, because obviously you're immersed in the forest environment or the wooded environment. The Cree Valley would be an example of that. The next point is that as you, the area which is most clear in terms of that 6 kilometre radius is around the site itself in terms of the immediate moor of Glenvernoch Fell, and let's say the southern upland way, and that's what I would, or say the A714, and so within that, I'm going to call it the hole in the polo. You're at very close quarters to the turbines, and at that. In that context, your turbines are well above you, so then you've got the mitigation factor of you're into negative angles of degree from the horizontal, so there will be a significant reduction in terms of the intensity of the lighting for the nearest views.
That feeds perfectly into our next question, which was, if we look at that ZTV lighting intensity drawing, which is figure 6.7.3, document 1.81, I think that describes the effect that you're talking about. There are different colours shading close to the turbine.
Yep.
We are below 4 degrees of the nacelle height, and the effect of that you can see in the table to the right hand side of the drawing. So a 200 candela light, if you're in that hole, if you like, the actual perceived effect would only be 17 candela or below 17. And even if it were shining at 2000 candela, the effect would be below 172. And then obviously, as you get further away and the land gets higher, you do get to a point where you get the full effect. But as it happens in this instance, you're that much further away by that point. So I wasn't going to ask detailed questions on this point because of time, but I guess my point to the council was, for those residential receptors and other receptors, you know, in the Cree Valley, etc., people travelling around the Cree Valley, people walking in the fairly immediate vicinity of the site, do you accept that because of the way it's almost like a baffled effect, the way the light is restricted downwards, chances are the actual light you would receive is far lower as a result of this vertical mitigation design than you might expect from a headline figure of 200 candela or even 2000 candela?
Yes, I accept that it would reduce the intensity of lighting. I guess there are a couple of points of light spill which could potentially happen. I've observed it within 1.5 kilometres from a turbine, so that's potentially going to affect people in the Cree Valley and on the southern upland way at Hill of Ochiltree.
Could I clarify through you, sir, what Miss Bowman means by light spill, because they're cowled, they have a cowl, so you don't get light spill with nacelle lighting.
There'd be no light spill onto the blades or the towers?
Be negligible, because it's above.
Could I also ask, while we're asking a question, I know you referred to one wind farm, which is Cross Dykes, which I think is near Langham, which doesn't appear to have this design of vertical mitigation. I wondered if that, you know, if you were certain that the one where you've experienced effects at that sort of range, whether it actually had this system or whether it didn't like Cross Dykes, in which case that might explain why you were getting more of an effect at that distance.
It definitely didn't have any mitigation, no. But my understanding is that directional lighting is less effective in the upper angles of, which is set out in S&H's guidance at paragraph 17. It says, vertical directional intensity lighting can be an effective form of mitigation, especially for those receptors located at lower elevations relative to the turbine nacelles, but it can be less effective for elevated or more distant receptors from where greater intensities may be seen. And I presume that indicates that there's more reflection off the top of the bulb, which could create light spill onto the passing blades.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's consistent, I think, with the table on that ZTV drawing where the sort of mitigating effect once you go plus degrees above horizontal is a lot less. So, I mean, I presume that has some relation to you're supposed to be warning aircraft with these things, so they tend to be they're either at your level or they're above. That's the direction when there's less need for mitigation, or the opposite is probably applicable, but that ties into questions about, albeit more distant, but significantly elevated viewpoints, such as the top of the Merrick, etc., where it looks like on that ZTV drawing, yes, they're a long way away, but they are getting the sort of dark pinky colour. So, you know, they're potentially getting, it looks like, no mitigation at that level because they're kind of potentially aircraft level up there. So if I'm reading that chart on the right-hand side and the colour key on the ZTV, is that right, Mr. Cook, that on those high summits where it's a kind of a dark pink colour shading, you can see the point 12, which is the Merrick up towards the top. Yes, it's a long way away, but they, you know, could be getting the full. It says up to 2,500, up to 250 candela lights, which I think is correct because the rating of 200 or 2,000 is an average rating. But it basically means at that sort of elevation, you're getting the full power.
No, my understanding of reading the plan is that at where you're looking at viewpoint 12 on the Merrick there, you're into the pink zone. So you've got the benefit of the reduced intensity of the turbine lighting.
Reduced to what? We're at a vertical angle, are we not, of 0 to +3?
Yes, that's right.
So if you read across, we're getting, for a 2,000 candela light, the effect will be up to 2,500 candela, and for a 200 candela light, up to 250. So no mitigation, it seems to me. I might be reading it wrong.
Yes, if there was no mitigation.
This is the effect of the vertical mitigation. And what it's saying, I think, is that there is no mitigation at that elevation because you're up in the aircraft territory at that height.
You'd be relying on the fact of clear skies out to 5 kilometres with the 90% reduction from 2,000 down to 200. Yes. Right.
So you would be getting the full effect of the lights. I appreciate it's a long way away, but
yes,
you wouldn't be getting the vertical mitigation.
Potentially.
Right. Okay.
But as I say, if you've got clear skies, then you're going to be reduced down. And if you've got inclement weather and it's cloud, then clearly it's going to be reduced again. Back to what I was talking about in terms of the lowland and the moorland, the plateau, and I was referring to the donut effect or the polo effect. You can see just how much that plays out on that plan. If you cross-reference that plan to a Northern Survey plan and bear in mind the area which has got an open moorland character in the vicinity of the site, you can see how you've got maximum benefit in terms of reducing the lighting levels to a low level between 170 and 17 candela. And then as soon as you're beyond that, you're into more of a woodland environment, and then you're going to have the benefit of the tree cover screening breaking line of sight.
I've got a few comments. I think I'm going to start off with one comment that hasn't really been addressed. We've talked a lot about lighting intensity, but we haven't talked about expectations or perceptions. And it's not all about light intensity, the intensity of light, it's how the lights are perceived in the context they're actually perceived. If you're not expecting that light in that particular location, for example, lights in the sky above a tree line or lights you know, on the horizon where you would not expect them. These are, as you rightly pointed out, warning lights, and they're there to be perceived. And I think so that in itself, even though the light may not be as bright, if it's in an unusual context and people are not expecting it, I think that's a consideration. I think just in terms of a few things, it's usual, and I acknowledge that NatureScot allows in aviation lighting schemes and assessments, rather, that it's admissible to do the assessment based on 200 candela. My experience is that many aviation lighting schemes do the assessment both at 200 candela and 2000 candela, just to present the worst case scenario, so that there's, for example, for some of the issues that we've discussed earlier about atmospheric conditions and where 2000 candela may or may not be perceived. Many of the assessments that I've looked at do an assessment at the two levels, so that there's no, there's categorically no sort of anything hidden by it, even though I accept that NatureScot accepts 200. I think the other aspect is just a few points, and I'm not going to go in at length at this because I know that time's pressing. But in terms of one of the things I would say, we've been talking a lot about lighting intensity. There's nothing better than just actually perceiving it and going out and seeing the scheme. Go out and look at Kilgalliack and notice the effect first hand, as it so were. I mean, since the Kilgalliack extension has gone up, the lights are very perceptible for 14 kilometres and beyond, so, and prominent in the views. So I think there's nothing better than actual sort of personal observations, rather than discussing things in terms of lighting intensity, whether or not it does or does not occur. Very, very briefly again, just in relation to the assessment. I won't say too much about the quality of the visualizations because NatureScot already acknowledges and has various caveats to say that not representative. You can very rarely replicate human experience, so it's not really worth talking about that. However, just as a useful guide, I know there were lots of requests in respect of viewpoints. There are none from the Dye Sky Park, which I would have thought that might have been a useful, since that is one of the major areas where we would have significant effects, or potentially significant effects. And just one last thing, just in relation to the residential, where we started, which was talking about the potential effects on people and properties. Although those, we've said about lights being at lower intensity from the valley floor due to vertical angle, those lights are above the tree line from a lot of those properties. They're going to occupy a wide lateral extent in the view, and they're going to be perceived from their windows, looking at them at night time, as 5 to 6 prominent lights, either above the tree line or just intermittently between the tree line, depending on which property you're considering. So I think those effects have been underplayed in the assessment, which are assessed as no greater than medium. I think there is a good argument in some instances, such as Borgen, for example, or one or two of the other properties where all 6 hubs are visible, of lit turbines, that would be higher and more impactful than is stated in the actual assessment itself.
So can I come back on a few points, or would you want to hear?
Before you do, Ms Bowman, did you want to say something?
Just really briefly, just to back up the issue of perceptibility, at paragraph 32 of the Nature Scott guidance, the last sentence is, there is no direct correlation between the brightness of the light and how noticeable it is to people. I mean, that's certainly been my experience. I see the top of Emily Moor mast, which is actually mentioned in the applicant's documents. I see it on the moors quite near where I live on a regular basis, and that's 30 kilometres away, and really noticeable. I mean, it's just one light. And I'd say that Kilgallick has got the full suite of mitigation applied to it, but it's clearly visible from viewpoint 9, according to Mr. Cass, and I've heard a local resident say that they were shocked to see the lights from Creetown, which was also 20 kilometres away. So I'd really recommend going to look at them yourself, yeah.
We'll do that, and from the Straighton Road, which is another place where I understand it can be seen. Before I go to Mr Scott, I was going to ask the Council, one of the planners, I suspect, Kilgallick, Ms Bowman says it had the full suite, it'll have a condition on aviation lighting that presumably is similar to what you'd be seeking for this scheme. I'm just checking it. There's no strange reason why this hasn't been adequately mitigated to the Council's satisfaction. So if I'm going to look at it, I'm looking at something comparable to what would be the effect of this proposal. As far as you know, there's a condition to secure a decent standard of aviation lighting.
It came up recently, so this is just anecdotal from my memory, but the condition was discharged. There was a condition attached to the deemed planning permission for Kilgallick Wind Farm, which required, I think, a scheme of aviation lighting to be submitted to the Council and agreed in writing with the agreement of the Civil Aviation Authority and Defence Estates as well. Now, as far as I know, that was subject to a report which was submitted, and it was that condition was discharged by the case officer at that time. It was before you had the formal process where you actually made an application to discharge a condition, but nevertheless the information is on that file. I think things have moved on slightly with the Civil Aviation Authority since that condition was discharged, because I think, again, because it was prior to the actual scheme of conditions discharge being subject to a formal application, I think from memory it would be about 3 or 4 years ago that would have happened, and the member of staff has since moved on to a different role within the wider planning service, so there has been some time since then, but the general trend, I mean, for things like cross dikes, for example, it started out being a scheme that had been misapplied. I think you would describe it in the sense there were 2 visible red lights on each nacelle, and there were, you know, visible lights on the mast at 50-metre intervals. It was quite an extreme example. Things have kind of rolled back a bit since then from the Civil Aviation Authority's perspective, so I think this might be slightly different to Kilgallick extension, but I am aware of that scheme because there have been complaints made and enforcement action taken.
I'm thinking it would be wise for me to have knowledge of what has been approved, and obviously assuming it's been put in as approved, I think we can assume, but it would be useful, I think, if I could find out what scheme has been approved on Kilgallick, so I'm not comparing apples with oranges, just in case they are different. Mr Cook.
Thank you. The Nature Scott Aviation Guidance, paragraph 32, refers to the fact that where you have got embedded mitigation, reducing the intensity and luminosity down to 10%, then it's appropriate that visualisation should be based on 200 candelas and not the 2,000. So that's just in response to the question that was raised about the appropriateness of the visualisations based on 200, and that's following best practice as advocated by Nature Scott. Second point, about proximity to residential properties in the Cree Valley, back to the intensity, lighting intensity plan. You can see by reference to the red line and the viewpoints 4, 3 and 19 where the Cree Valley lies, and you can see all the Cree Valley and where the residential properties would fall would be within the dark green or the next category green on that and therefore they would fall between below the horizontal line between minus and going below -3 degrees. So effectively the candela would reduce if it's a clear sky environment from, as you can see, if we take the penultimate category, 3 to 4 degrees, 217 candela down to 21 candela, down to 17. If it's you've got the two columns, 2000 and the 200. If you look at the 200 candela, that would reduce down to a range of 21 to 17 for that area. So it would be really quite, I'm not going to say negligible, because I don't think that would be perhaps disingenuous, but a very low level. And you can see if the lighting intensity was 2000 candela, that would reduce considerably down to the 200s. And clearly you've got below 4 degrees, which is probably going to be, probably for the majority of those properties, you can see how that's dropping, even on full intensity or below. So you've got some benchmarking there. Thank you.
Mr. Castor, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. There's been very little reference or discussion in relation to the International Dark Sky Park, which I want to really correct. I said in my statement that I'm not technically qualified to really give a view or a critique on the technical aspects, and I don't claim to have a detailed knowledge of the guidance on that. But what I do have a detailed knowledge of is A, the Dark Sky Park, and B, human behaviour and perception within a nighttime landscape. I've had a long and also have an interest in astronomy, and I've talked to local people who are active in what you might broadly call the dark sky community. First thing to say is that in relation to Kilgalleoch, when we came to the house at the beginning of May, the weather was extremely clear. This was the time when I took many of these photographs. And I think it's true to say I was astonished when I walked out of my back door at 11 o'clock at night, and there were a cluster of bright, very bright red lights away to the west. Initially, I thought, what on earth's going on? I couldn't believe it. After looking at maps and having a think about it, it was clear that this was the Kilgalleoch extension lights. Now, we're 20 kilometres away from those lights, and the lights were actually appearing through the canopy of woodland adjacent nearby to the house. And when I looked carefully at them, I could see the lights occulting by the flashing of the blades at 20 kilometre range. So that, to me, is just a practical example of how much impact, and therefore, in terms of the Dark Sky Park, damage could be done by turbine lighting, even at a relatively extreme range. They weren't even remotely faint. I couldn't believe that they were that far away. They looked very, very close indeed. And that just brings me to a more general point, that the way we perceive dark landscapes is, in terms of physics, any light at all is perceptible. The way that the sensitivity of the human eye, it's logarithmic, it's not linear, so a 200 candela light isn't a tenth of the brightness of a 2000 one. It's the way the eye sees it, it's much less than that. So the fact that you're reducing, and I don't want to get drawn into technical discussion, but I just wanted to challenge the point that a 200 candela light seems 10 times less bright than a 2000. In terms of perception test, that would not be the case. And in a dark sky environment, people's eyes have adjusted to the dark, and anybody coming to the Dark Sky Park to enjoy the night sky, their eyesight will have been in full night vision. So any light at all, certainly up to 10 to 20 kilometre range would be perceptible. And it would also have a big negative impact on their appreciation of the dark sky, not just psychologically because they feel as if they're in this sort of other world, but also just as a distraction. And that's particularly noted because the lights from within the Dark Sky Park would be seen to the west. Now, the western horizon is very critical for astronomy, if you're wanting to observe some of the planets nearer to the sun from the Earth, you have to look at them in the west sky, often before it's completely dark, but the lights would certainly be on. So I just make that point from my knowledge of astronomy. And just lastly, it's quite clear that, and accepted by us all, that many of the areas within the dark sky are heavily wooded, without a particularly clear view horizontally at any great range. That's of course the case, but if you're coming into the dark sky to enjoy the heavens, you need to go to a place where you can see them. That means you have to choose places where there is no obstruction from surrounding trees. That by definition will expose it to views of the lights on the wind turbines. So I have extreme concern that while technically there would appear to be some mitigation or less impact, I think the impact of those lights would be extreme, whether or not they're mitigated. That's just demonstrated by the point that a lot of the viewing areas will be more or less level with the turbines in any event, so any mitigation due to louvering effects would not be relevant, as you've already pointed out, so thank you.
So, just briefly, just picking up Mr. Cook's point earlier, I stated at the start of what I stated, that nature's got to accept or allow assessments to be done at 200 candela, just to clear that point up. My point was that often in aviation lighting assessments, they present the absolute worst case scenario of 2000 as well as 200 candela. And that's seen as good practice, so there's a complete avoidance of doubt, if you like, in relation to that. Just in relation to the following discussion, which was about lighting intensity, I'd just like to pick up in terms of what I said earlier. People and residents along the Cree Valley are not going to look up above the tree line and say, oh, it's 21 candela. They're going to look up and see something quite bright in the sky, and they're going to perceive it as that. It's not just about the actual lighting intensity itself, it's actually the presence of the light above the tree line in the sky over a wide distance, and I just thought I'd like to reiterate that point.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. One thing I was going to say, and not to take away from anything that's just been said in respect of people who are going out specifically to enjoy the night sky, because I don't disagree with what you're saying about people's avoidance of local light sources, but I had a series of questions which I don't think we need to go into about the effect of either being out in the countryside with your own torch or something, or being in a residential environment where you're in a lit environment on your night vision, perception, etc., which doesn't apply to people who are stargazing. But just to assure you, I have taken account of that fact. That will all build into my assessment, but I'm not going to go there in terms of questions because we'll be here for the rest of the afternoon, but I'll allow you to come back now.
Thank you, sir. I was going to reference those points about adjustment to the dark sky based on nearby light sources in terms of your activity. So just briefly, just in terms of the dark sky park, if I can just characterise that for a moment. You've got three areas. You've got the core area, you've then got the dark sky buffer, and then you've got the transition area, transition zone. And I just wanted to put some, throw some light on that? That might be a good pun. So if we just deal with the core area first, the core area, I could generally characterise, certainly the northern part of the core area, it's not dissimilar to the area to the rugged hills, 181, the rugged uplands. It's broadly similar.
I think we've got it on the intensity ZTV. I think it shows the core area and the dark sky park boundary. I don't know if that helps in terms of describing.
All right, that's helpful. So the point I was going to make, general point, is that if you're in an elevated location anywhere within that core area, which you know is fairly clear of woodland, we've seen a lot of photographs, photomontages, one in terms of, several photomontages and a number of wirelines from that core area. And the constant theme for all of those is you're looking down on the plateau where the wind farm would be located. And we know that the wind farm would be backclothed by the landscape. So there is no opportunity for those lights to actually directly interfere with the constellation as you look at the constellation above the horizon. The next point is, if you look at the area in terms of the buffer boundary, a lot of that, a huge amount of that area is actually conifer plantation. And so opportunities to be able to observe the proposed scheme, and this is in the round, to be able to observe this the proposed wind farm from the buffer area, that forested buffer area, would be very limited. The next point I would note is that the wind farm is located outside physically located outside the buffer zone. And the distance in terms of the buffer zone between the site and the nearest part of the core area is, when you look at the relationship to the core area and the buffer zone, is quite generous compared to other areas on the other side, on the eastern side, where the buffer zone is narrower. So this is one of the more generous areas of the buffer zone between where the site is and where you've got the core area. The area, the wind farm is actually located within the transition zone. And what's interesting is when you look at the transition zone, that extends out approximately, in broad terms, about 20 kilometres from the boundary of the buffer zone. So I've got my own diagram here just for reference, but if you go from one side of the buffer zone to the other, it's approximately 80 kilometres east-west and 80 kilometres north-south. So that gives you an idea as to the extent of the buffer zone. So that brings in towns like and settlements like Maybole to the north, Girvan to the west. You've got Newton Stewart, you've got Gatehouse of Fleet, you've got Castle Douglas, you've got New Galloway going around the clock. And all of those settlements, sizable settlements, are all located in the transition zone. And then within the transition zone itself, there's a good half dozen trunk roads, arterial trunk roads, that are crisscrossing. I can give you the numbers if you want, but the point I want to make is that you've got these arterial routes with traffic on them, busy highways, all of these settlements. So the proposed scheme would be located in a transition zone, and it's in that context. So it's a pure context point. Thank you.
Very helpful. Mr. Morton, quickly, because we want to go on to cumulative.
I just think that last conversation was irrelevant. I think we're talking about the impact on the Dark Sky Park and on particularly core areas of the Dark Sky Park or the buffer zone. I think discussion on the transition zone is irrelevant in this case.
Okay. Right. Nothing more on dark skies, I'm hoping. Last topic, and I now have very few questions. I never did have that many questions on cumulative effects. And I've actually whittled them down further. So obviously we got an updated cumulative impact assessment bang up to date, April 2026, which is very helpful. Takes account of Shennington and other developments. I had a question on which arose out of, I think it was something Ms. Bowman said about encirclement, the cumulative effect of encirclement on now or no, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. If you recall the point you raised, the effect of existing development on one side of the hamlet, I don't know if you call that hamlet, but, and what's now proposed on the other side. One of the issues that the sensitivity study identified, I think, was a potential adverse cumulative effect was this concept of being encircled. I don't know if you could elaborate on that slightly.
Yeah, by encirclement, I mean that you're going to be aware of the wind farms and potentially impacted on by the wind farms in more than one direction. Obviously, you've got the existing wind farms to the west, and then Glenvernoch opens up a new area which would be affected.
To what extent, Mr. Cook, do you think the houses now would suffer as a result of being encircled?
I didn't catch the first part of that question.
To what extent would, as a consequence of a new area of wind farm development being to their east, to what extent would the...
To the east of the proposal, or with the scheme in mind? Are you thinking of Blair Hill? Or?
No, sorry, I'm not getting to new schemes yet. I'm just dealing with the concept of how this scheme might interact.
On the east side of the LCT 170?
To the east of the settlement of, well, it's not a settlement, a hamlet of No. There is, at the moment, they've got significant wind farm development to their west, and Ms. Bowman's point was that the effect of this proposal would be to provide additional wind farm development to their east, and the potential for those two factors to combine and perhaps amplify the effect as a consequence of this thing that the sensitivity study calls encirclement. To what extent do you think that's a significant problem, if at all?
I don't think it is, because it goes back to this point about the high degree of forest plantation that you have in this context. So I don't believe that that would be an issue.
Can I just add that obviously there's also an issue of sequential effects. And I noticed on the northwest side of the site, looking at the properties, you've got very clear views of the wind farms off to the west. And then you'd be obviously seeing Glenvernoch to the southeast in that location.
I did want to talk about, do you want to come back on that first?
Yes, I simply don't think it would be significant, sir.
Turning to Blair Hill, about which we've heard quite a lot the last couple of days, obviously that is at a later stage in the consenting pipeline, as the council has accepted. I think I'm right in saying, just need to clarify, Mr. Cook, your updated cumulative LVIA, in terms of effects on the Cree Valley, the narrow wooded valley LCT 160, and users of the A714, I think you're predicting, as a consequence of Blair Hill and this proposal together, potential cumulative effects extending out about a further 3 kilometres, so about 9 kilometres in total. Is that my understanding correct?
Yes, taking the Blair Hill into account, in the looking at it in the round, yes, I would say.
And in terms, I'll cover all the point and then I'll ask anyone to talk about on the other side. Just in terms of Shennington, I think your conclusion was there's actually a high degree of theoretical visibility overlap on the two, so that the effect of Glenvernoch and Shennington in the round would reinforce rather than alter or significantly or materially alter the landscape visual effects. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You noted a couple of scoping stage proposals, White Min Will and Greyland Energy Park. You scoped those out, presumably because they are just at scoping. I'll ask if anyone disagrees with that in a second. And I think that was all I was going to ask on those. So for those who are concerned about cumulative effects, maybe if you can tell me what your principal concerns are, and then we can put those points back to Mr. Cook. I don't mind who goes first. Mr. Moore.
I think that there's been a complete underestimation of cumulative effects in the assessment. The assessment's focused on additive effects rather than in-combination effects. I think in-combination effects, particularly with Blair Hill and Shennington, will be very significant, and the applicant has agreed that it will advance the wind farm landscape further to the east. So that's I have in depth in my statement. I made a number of points in relation to this. I won't go into detail because you have that information, and it would only be reiterating it. But I think the interaction of the development with Blair Hill and Shennington in particular would have more far-reaching effects than 9 kilometres. I think they'd extend beyond that, and I think the combined ZTV actually shows that. I think that significant effects would extend beyond 9 kilometres. Yes, I'm not going to go into... I have a lot on this in my statement. I think you're aware of it, so I'll just leave it there.
Yes, just a couple of points. I believe there would be significant effects on approaching this district from the southeast along the coast, and also from the Macas Peninsula to the south. At the moment, both of those general areas on approaching Newton Stewart have no exposure to wind farms at all, and you can, as we've already discussed at great length, so I needn't go into it, you can actually get to the Glentrule village without actually seeing a wind turbine at the moment by either the main road or the other road. The effect of Blair Hill and Shellington would be to provide sort of goalposts on either side with Glenvernoch in the distance, so that therefore it would have a very significant enveloping approach. So you wouldn't, in direction of travel, you wouldn't be able to look anywhere without seeing very large-scale wind turbines. There are some montages from Blair Hill, on the Blair Hill EIA, from in and around the town of Newton Stewart itself, and the impact would be much more severe than Glenvernoch, but all it would do, I think, is actually draw attention to the fact that wind turbines have suddenly been introduced into a landscape which presently doesn't have any at all. And similarly, driving eastwards along the A75, approaching Newton Stewart from the west, once you leave the Artfield Fell wind farm cluster behind, you don't see a wind farm in your field of view, and the Shellington farm would be on a prominent hill, ridgetop, as you approach the town. So I think the cumulative effect of all three would be very noticeable. Turning to views from within the Forest Park or the RSA, it's not the place to go into detail at all, but the impact of particularly Blair Hill in combination with Shellington would be absolutely shattering from the hills immediately to the east. I simply can't believe that anyone would wish to put a wind farm where Blair Hill is proposed. Glenvernoch's bad enough, but Blair Hill is unbelievable that anyone would even contemplate it because of the impact. So the cumulative impact of all three would be very great indeed. Thank you.
Just a very brief point. I agree with those. And we talked about it yesterday, the issue of pattern and the change to the accepted pattern of wind farm development within this region. Glenvernoch would change that pattern, and Blair Hill also, and Shennington